And where'd that stick up come from?
Yeah.
All right, what's going on, Vaughn? I see you're already here, brother. Anybody in the room that can tell me if you can see me and you can hear me? Well, good morning, everybody. I know it's early. We are out here, and I'm hoping we're going to catch some topwater bass this morning. So, hey, if you're on there, let me know if you can see and hear me well. Good morning, Vaughn. You gotta forgive me, guys. We're trying something different than what we did the other morning. See and hear you loud and clear. All right, I appreciate you, Thomas. Yeah, I don't like this. Got to show on stage. Anyway, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Mike this morning. And what's going on, Ben? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Morning from Texas. Michael J. Brandon Baker. Good morning, Michael. Yeah, we're out here. Listen, we're on a really small lake. This is the lake I grew up on. And it's already like when the bite gets on, there's kind of a ledge bite. And this lake is so small that when people start to hear about it, because you get a good topwater bite, you get a good deeper bite, it's literally like a race to get here. And the last 2 times we've been here, there's been nobody here. And it's almost like clockwork. As soon as we put a video out, and we did that live stream last week here, and we showed those fish gathering up. There's only about 3 places on this lake that really group up real well. One of them, they're not there yet. But man, here we go. I mean, it is. We literally had to get everything ready. Now, you guys, I think, are going to like this, though. I don't know if we're going to keep doing the StreamYard thing, but we're definitely, because I think YouTube's studio, you can put up the comments, and Mike's got a mic on this morning. So,
yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, let Mike know that you can hear him. And Mike, I'm going to show you how to. So, like Mike wrote here, where it says "Good morning," you touch it, and then you just put "Show in."
Gotcha.
Now I don't know why it pops up like that every single time. Good morning, Mike. I hope we wear them out. And then just to bring it down, you just touch it again. I don't know why you can't just touch it and bring it up, but let's see here. Now, here's a good question. How do you turn the camera around? Oh, that's a real good one. Yeah. On the phone. How do we turn the camera? Oh, maybe go to cam. Nope, that ain't it.
What's that more setting's got? The 3 dots at the end.
Where you see that? Layout, private chat.
Layout. I don't know.
There we go.
Be the back.
There we go. All right, guys. Remember, there we go. We're back. Here you go. All right, all right, all right. Did they ever say if they could hear you?
Ben said, got you, Mr. Muck.
Now, you might, when I get around this corner, you might want to turn that.
Water temp this morning is 82.42, Mr. Marshall.
And I'm taking my shoes off, boys.
What's weird about this camera, you got to go the opposite direction.
Really?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Might be able to see my highlight this morning while it's dark.
Thomas Simmons said, I'd love to be on the lake this morning, but I got to go to work.
I understand. I go right back to it next, or tomorrow, back on base. Right back at it.
Top water. I'd say top water this morning, Marshall.
Yeah, I'm seeing fish right now, and they are suspended up. About 5 or 10 feet under. I got one good dot coming. Let's see here. I can coach the little bite. We'll probably throw some Swimbaits this morning. We'll probably throw some top water. A little more scattered than what I'd like to see right now. We'll probably throw some minnows. Because what we're doing, we're setting on so we're up in a creek, and the creek runs this way. Current's going to run right at us. We got a ledge right here, a bluff right here behind us where the creek hits. We're right on the channel, right on the channel, and what we're hoping is that we'll get some fish, fired up. We might have to. They were busting here yesterday pretty good, so we're kind of hoping. And right now, we're calling them up. They're anywhere from we're in about 36 foot of water, so we're right off the edge of the channel. And so what we're trying to do right now is call them up a little bit this morning because there's a bunch of them kind of scattered and suspended over over that creek channel ledge. And so
Said your mic ain't working very well, is what Bond Little said. Said hard to hear you.
Does that help out?
Guys, can you hear Hank now?
Can you hear me a little bit better now? Test. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Says nope. You want to use mine?
What's it saying on that thing?
Shows both mics are working.
I'll cut mine off. Then cut it back on.
Just a little, it says.
All right, what about now? Test. You geeks let me know if this is working.
Ain't nobody said nothing yet.
See what the volume is on the receiver. Plus or minus.
Plus 12. Says yep. And then one says nope. I can hear him real good when he turns around.
Well, that to me says we ain't working. So what about now? Can you hear me now?
He says better.
Okay. It might not have been on real well. Let me get it clear. Oh no, don't do that. First thing this morning. Hope it didn't just break my plug. Put a little too much rear end in the lamp popping out of that tree I just shoved it into over there. Thing of it is, these fish don't really pull off the bank and get out in the open water until a little bit later in the morning. There's a bunch. See if we can get them to bite. They're down about 15, 20 feet.
Here, you want to swap out? See if this one.
Well, what worries me is where you're sitting back there, if it ain't just picking up off and the mics ain't working.
Where's that with that magnet?
All right, tell me if this is working, guys. Let me know if this is working. We might be having mic problems, or our microphone may not be working.
Says nope, same problem.
All right, you're gonna have to unplug it because it's probably not picking up on the phone. Actually, see, we're using StreamYard, guys, and now watch. I've left that out there, and it's probably gonna get whacked. All right, forgive me. I gotta go into audio. If that works. Test. There she blows. All right, now tell me if that's working. It was on iPhone, so in StreamYard, I guess we had it set to the iPhone and not not the
Said better.
yeah, not we had it set to the iPhone mic, and in StreamYard you have to select
Bruce Nichols asked, Hank, did you get the BB1 spooled up and on a rod?
Bruce, we literally just unboxed that yesterday, So no, I did not. But we put that in a video. We were going to do the or we were shooting a small business unboxing. And what's funny about that is, you know, we didn't realize that, you know, you had sent me something. Now, number one, I love the original BB1 BB1s, especially as a crankbait reel. And I was telling Mike, man, number one, you did not have to send that, but thank you, because that is awesome, dude. Like, that is one of my favorite cranking reels of all time. So I appreciate it. How many people we got in, Mike?
20 right now.
20. Thank you, guys. I know it's early in the morning. I know a lot of you guys have to work. We're kind of banging the bank. We're kind of buying our time right now because, like I said, we know that boat that passed us.
Yeah, you said I saw a video and you said you lost your favorite reel. I was hoping that replaced it.
Yeah, that is that's a good replacement. And I appreciate that, man. You didn't have to do that. Like, I'm always such a horrible receiver of gifts. I'll be honest. Like, I never know what to say or how to act. I just know I appreciate it, but I feel so bad when people like send me stuff.
Saber just checked in. He said walking into work, and I'm jealous right now.
Well, I'll be working all weekend, so I'll be on my 4-day shifts or three-day shifts starting tomorrow. I do so look forward to it. I hope you heard the sarcasm in my voice on that. One of these days, I'm hoping this is what we'll be doing. To be honest with you, I'd like to ride up the lake and check that other spot out. Because I know this one doesn't get fired up until about 9. And what really, really stinks, though, is you kind of, it's like sort of pick your poison sort of deal. Like, I'm telling you, as soon as I go up that way, and I just seen 2 guys in a boat, and I guarantee they're right there.
Well, Brandon Baker said, we are fishing vicariously through you on the way to work.
But that's what stinks about this lake. I try to get a couple of good days in just because this is such a fun lake when the bite's on, but it has gotten so much pressure here lately. And it's like I said, I mean, there's so much pressure because it's such a small lake. It don't take a lot of boats to pressure it. And because we've made a lot of videos this time of year, you know, Johnny tells Jimmy and Jimmy tells Joe, and, you know, they're out here and catching fish. And like I said, that's cool. It puts a lot of stress on me because, you know, I've got to go find other lakes, and it is not the best time of year to be fishing.
Saber said, catch a giant, I gotta go.
I just want to catch a fish today. We caught one, lost one in the first 4 hours of yesterday. And my buddy was down here fishing on this side, on this school, and he said he was able to pull 6 out. So hopefully he didn't sore mouth the 6 that were biting.
Thomas Simmons says, I'll be on Fontana Lake in the morning. If you don't know where that is, it's in Bryson City, North Kakalaki.
I do know where that is. I know where Fontana is.
Marshall Thompson said, deep or shallow?
Combination. I'm fishing shallow for deep bass. How's that? were, like I said, so Mike kind of scan around and show them this little creek channel swing here.
Well, I got to remember this is backwards. So I got to go this way.
No, surely not. But so what you got a creek channel swing. The current comes down, hits right here. There's a creek channel over there. They love to set up on it because what little bit of current this place actually gets, it keeps it washed out right there. And there's a little shell bed and a big old stump that they'll actually stack up on. I think back before, you know, I started fishing this, and I'm sure there's other guys that knew it too, kind of the way that I fish it, that a lot of guys might have seen those bass over there and actually thought they were crappy because literally how they stack up on that stump right there. So it's pretty interesting. I think we're going to pick up a underspin right now. Maybe might pick up a minnow bait too. They're, like I said, they're just so spread out right now. The good news is we just finished up a shad spawn. I know the water temp's 81, but like it skyrocketed in 2 weeks. It went from, well, in 3 weeks, it went from 66 to 68 to 81 degrees in 3 weeks. So the shad spawn, we came out here about 3-4 weeks ago, and the shad spawn was going on, and there was no bass out on the deeper haunts. And it really kind of surprised us last week when we were doing a live stream. We pulled out here, and voila, there they were. So, and now they wouldn't bust any topwater chasing any shad. You know, you can see still remnants of shad up against the bank spawning, but now all the shad first thing this morning is out here in the middle. So that tells us that that is over, which is good news for anybody that likes to catch them.
Got a question for you.
What's that?
It says Brian the Fisherman Baker says, when you are running your Garmin live scope and you run to another spot, do you turn your unit off or put it to sleep? Said my wife just bought the Garmin bundle 12-inch unit.
You know, I will be honest with you, I do neither. Now I don't know if that's good or that's bad, but I just let it roll. Now, if it's hot like it was yesterday, I don't think it's supposed to get that hot today. Leaving the transducer out, it will get hot and it will tell you, hey, you know, transducer's overheating. So yeah, I'd probably just put it to sleep at that point. I wouldn't shut it completely down because turning it on and turning it off consistently like that is probably not the greatest. So now there is a road bed that comes off this point, and I should have hit right on the ledge of that road bed where it drops off right there. We're gonna let that underspin drop to the bottom, and then we're just gonna slow reel it. I have caught some big uns doing this right here. At least big uns on this lake. Now guys, you got to remember, this lake, it's a good day if you catch 5. It's a once or twice a year day if you catch 16 pounds. You know, it's pretty interesting. Man, I'd like to run up that other spot like right now. Just give this, because most time, like I said, we're on here. We know there's a kayak back there. We know there's a boat up here. We know that first spot's not ready yet, but we know this was the hot spot yesterday. Don't mean it will be today. And what stinks is, you know, move your feet, lose your seat. But the the better days I've had on this lake, as far as size wise, this is where I've caught them at. So, you know, the question is right now, do you camp or do we run up there to see if those guys run up the river? And if we leave and that kayak's coming up through here, you know, what you do. So it sucks. This is why I stay away from this little lake. You know, I come up here now to try to get 1 or 2 days or maybe film some, and then I leave. Go back to a bigger lake where you got a little bit more room to spread out and fish. There's one busted right there. Might have been a bluegill. He wasn't big, whatever he was. So you guys got any questions? You want to know anything about, you know, well, we're going to be out here probably about 2 to 4 hours today. And so we just figured we'd do a live stream. We're testing things. We're trying to get things working a little bit better so that we can do better live streams for you all. But you got any questions, man, throw them at me. I mean, as far as gear, like what gear am I using? What bait? I don't mind to turn around and show you. You know. I think I'm going to pull my spy bait out right now. I don't know if that's my line frame. Let's make sure. I broke one of these off yesterday, and my line felt like total garbage. I don't feel bad. I think it's just some of the crap in the water right now.
It says, which spy bait do you prefer?
Now this water right here is ultra clear, and I'll tell you, there is no spy bait better than the Duo Realis. I mean, hands down, far and away, it is the best. Now this is ghost minnow, and you can see that it's got some teeth marks on it. It's one of my favorite. This is a 90. I'll show you a little something here. While I'm kind of waiting for this spot to get fizz-ired up. So, I mean, this is my spy bait box right here. And the two that I like, because generally I'm fishing them deeper, is the 90, and let's see if I can find it. I also like this. It's more of a shad. These are called the alphas. And not a lot of people talk about these. This is like a bluegill pattern. It's not my favorite color, but it's a little shorter, a little stubbier, a little more shad pattern. That is the 72. That is, you can, it's a 1/2 ounce. You can fish this down pretty deep, pretty easy, slow rolling it. So those are the two that I tend to go to. Now, right now there is a shallow, and this is the shallow, and this is an 80. This is a 1/4 ounce. And so they're mixed in with the 80s on Tackle Warehouse. If you go out to Tackle Warehouse and you check those out, you can see that's why I like that Ghost Shad so much. I believe is what they call it. Well, that's definitely not it. That says our true shad, so I've got it in the wrong box. But anyway, you can keep this up quite a bit more in the water column. So it's where it's 1/4 ounce. Which we may tie that one on here in a minute because there are several that are up in the water column. Yesterday, the ones that were deep were biting a little bit better. So we'll throw this out there. Oh God, not trying not to hook me or Mike. And I'm just gonna set this right here for now. And see if we can get a bite.
And your other question is, what's the water clarity there, and what's your color choice for lures?
So I am the water
That's
clarity.
from Redbeard. Do you want me to start saying who's asking?
Yeah. So are you posting them up there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I kind of leave it up there for a few seconds, and then kind of like when you start answering it, I'll take it off. Or
just
should I
leave
leave it up there through the whole
leave it up there until I answer it.
It's all trial and error. That's why I'm trying to
it's same.
so you geeks be patient with me.
Hey, same here.
Hey, you're doing good to even hear my voice. I don't even like being on camera, much less talk. So.
Both of us, we're trying to figure this out. We want to do some more live streams, especially.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, if I do some live streams, I'd rather do them on the water. And we have some days like this is Redbeard. I'll get to your question. We have some days like this bite is just now getting here. Normally this bite isn't getting real good. There they are. Now they're starting to flip up a little bit. This bite normally is not here yet. So where we've had this major heat wave come through, it's jacked the shad spawn up, where everything's kind of hurried. They're hatching. There's one bust over there. And so what's ended up happening is it's raised the water temps almost 20 degrees, and at least what, a solid 15, 18 degrees.
82, 48
yeah,
right
in
now.
3 weeks. Now the water temp is 81 this morning, which is the highest I've seen on this lake in probably 8 or 10 years. This lake hits so far up in a mountain that it does not get that warm. The highest we normally see this is 76, 78. I mean, and that's warm for this lake. Water clarity is about 8 feet. Yesterday we were out here. I can't see as well right now because sun ain't up. We got a little bit of low hanging fog. But yesterday we were out here, and I mean, it was easily, 8 feet to the bottom. You drop like a white lure over the side with your sunglasses on. Yeah, they're starting to group up now. I'm seeing them out here now.
And color choice for that lures.
And it really depends on what bait you're talking about. I mean, I'm going to throw some sort of translucent, and I'm going to throw something a little more solid when it comes to like this time of morning. Like right now, I'm still throwing my Ghost, and it may not be the best color choice because, it is still a little, we're still low light right now. But I'm going to throw some sort of Ghost, whether it be what I call Milky Ghost. And I'll show you right here in just a second. As soon as I get this in, I'll show you a couple baits that I like. Now, if I'm around smallmouth, I get a little more risque with my colors. And there is some smallmouth in this lake, but this lake is predominantly, and man, I've got like 30 fish following this bait right now. And that's good. They stopped about 40 feet out. So what I'm going to do is give them a second and let them go back out to where they are. And they are definitely shallow enough for top water.
You got 42 in the queue.
Hey.
That's pretty good.
Appreciate you guys. Okay, so you were talking to me about baits, and what I'll do is I'll kind of show you what I got tied on this morning. So most people consider 3-foot visibility clear water. I consider anything over 5 ultra clear water. This lake down by the dam right now is probably 10 to 12. Up this way, we're about not quite midway, at least a third way up this lake, and it's probably at least 8 feet. So I throw stuff that's translucent. Now you'll notice in my hard baits, I've kind of always got this Tennessee shad-esque. This is a pearl melon. I know you can't see, probably can't see, but it is translucent on the side and the belly. Got that green gold back, a little bit of a red throat, a little bit of a redneck on it. You know what I'm saying, boys? Hey-oh! So,
another question, or you still answering?
well, let me show them this, and I'll run through a couple and just show you. And again, you'll see kind of the same thing translates. You know, you got that goldish back, translucent side, maybe with a little bit of silver, same sort of thing there. You know, there's a few other colors. Let's see here. This is my Ramsey bait ghost shad. It's, you know, it's done killer up here. The Shadalicious ghost shad, and it's very translucent, got a kind of a dark, you know, black smoky back, but not hard. I call it a shadow. Like, you don't want it to be a hard back, you want it to just be a shadow. Let's see, and I can show you on, you know, this is a Ramsey bait. We, as you can tell, caught some on yesterday because she's tore up pretty good and I got her all wonky. But you got, that's what I call the milky ghost. You know, who makes that? Strike King. Here's the same sort of ghost shad from Zoom. That's one of their winged flukes. Well, I had one, here we go, and that's one of the caffeine shad. So, you know, kind of a lot of the same colors. This is a little more silver back. So I keep the colors as natural as I can on this lake. As a matter of fact, you know, we throw spoons on this lake, and what I do, and the shad aren't very big in this lake, so I like to throw those 3, 4, 5 inch, and this is actually a Mojo spoon. And what I did is I took a crank wrap, since it's a little more natural, just to tone the flash down, so it's got scales on it. And this right here has caught me a ton of bass, along with the Lake Fork version of the nickel spoon. This is a nickel spoon. And we'll probably throw this here in just a few minutes too. But yeah, I mean, when you're fishing clear water, especially ultra clear water, and you're around largemouth to me are the less aggressive of bass. And if they can't see, they'll eat a little more aggressively. But in this water where we're out here in the wide open, and they're literally right here, they're going to inspect that bait. It's like I said, I had 30 following that spy bait back right there. Now, repeated casts will get them fired up, but sometimes, you know, when they just follow a bait, that's a great thing about a forward-facing sonar. You know, you either need to change color, change speed, change size. And so you'll see me run through kind of my go-to baits, go-to colors, and then depending on how aggressively they follow. So if I see them really darting to it, like they really want it, and that's the majority of the bass, not one or two, because there's probably 300-400 bass right here, and I mean, I could almost cast each one of them. And the thing about it is I'm going to let them tell me, even the way they follow, how aggressive they are and how aggressive I can be, because you're always looking for a reaction bite. Hardly ever are you going to trick bass into feeding because they're feeding. Most of the time you're getting them because it's a reaction bite. And that being said, you're getting that 90% of the time because you're doing two things: erratic action, speed, or big size. And that's kind of what you're doing. Here goes our guy.
I got a question for you about spy baits.
All right, go ahead.
It says, what type of retrieve? Let's see, hold on a second. Cadence. Let's see. Okay, so what type of retrieve cadence do you use when you're fishing your spy bait? And that's from Eastbound Dog.
So when I'm fishing my spy bait, now I will tell you on the shallow, I'll change that up some. Gosh, they're spread out and working. There's a huge, there's a bunch of shad right here, and it's a very large ball of shad, or like very large shad too. 90% of the time, I am just slow rolling. So for me, when come on, get down there. Get on it. You don't see it. Anyway, so for me, when I make a cast with that, I'm going to keep my rod tip down. You'll see me off to the side so that it's coming horizontally through the water, and it's going to be good and slow. Now, if they're up busting, I'll pull that shallow, that 1/4 ounce out, and I'll work it a little quicker on the top water. And sometimes if they're busting, I will work it literally to where it's almost like a devil's horse, where it's chopping the water on the way back. So, you know, it just really depends. Man, I'm gonna try and back off these fish because they're really starting to set up out here as we get later into the morning.
Did I say it? Yak Branson said, hey, Geek.
What's up, Yak?
I popped it up there earlier, but I'll pop it up there again. That way
You catching them, man?
So, and then Redbeard said thanks.
Dude, anytime. Anytime. Whoa, what is that? Is that multiple fish, or is that a big old muskie?
Mike Roten said, gotta go. Y'all have a great day.
Appreciate you, man. Like I said, we're just kind of camping on a spot right now, waiting. Good news is, I know that guy in the kayak, and he's just out getting exercise, and
so that guy cleans up the lake.
Yeah, cleans up the lake, which is awesome.
Yeah, that dude's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Just
and
kayaks around and picks up litter all day.
Yeah.
Gets his exercise, plus does a good thing.
So
you got 60 watching, Frank.
Wow.
It's pretty good for
no pressure. So I guess we're gonna have to catch a bass here in a second. Which I have no doubts we're getting ready to. Uh-oh, come on. Come on. Come get it. So that was a good one. He came really hard at it. Let's see if I can lead him to this other one that's sitting here. Sometimes they'll compete over it. The way that one came, I'm gonna bet that was a smallmouth.
think this guy just wrote this comment so he knows he's going to stump me on how to pronounce this word. I'm going to try my best. Have you ever had, this is from Brandon Baker, have you ever had any luck throwing a Mega Bass, K-A-R-A-S-H-I? How do you pronounce that?
K-A-R?
Yeah, K-A-R-A-S-H-I.
Karashi?
Karashi?
I think is how you pronounce that.
All right. So he says, have you had any luck throwing a Mega Bass Karashi? Brandon Baker asked.
The Karashi, man.
I've never heard of it. So.
Well, I have, and I'll be honest with you. That'll tell you the truth right there. So, no.
Yep.
I know what it is, but for whatever reason, I'm drawing a blank right now.
I know Mega Bass makes a lot of good stuff.
Yes. They make a lot of good stuff.
So I guess that's the answer for that, right? Nope.
Yeah. But I can also tell you I have not had a lot of experience on it. Now, here's something else. I got this in the paint shop. And you guys notice, like I like a head and spook. I'll throw it over, to me, a lot of your snub nose, especially on this lake, especially in clear water, and especially when it's dead slick calm, because I can get a good wide walking action. And we're trying to draw these fish up from deep water. So, you know, largemouth bass are like me. You know, they are not going to come from 20 feet down for a bait that's going 100 miles an hour over their head. They're just not going to do it. They're not spots. They're, you know, especially these bass, because like I said, they've already got pressured. They already know that there's, you know, they're already getting beat up by topwater baits, by walking baits. You know, they know what's coming because they get it every year. And, you know, like I said, there's truthfully 3 good schools on this lake. And the really crappy thing about this lake is that it's hard to catch them up shallow. Once they move out deep, there's so many of them that are out here. That it's hard to catch them out there. We got Bigfoot in the woods.
Hooking bass up north says looks like good conditions.
Yeah, it should be. We're hoping that we get them fired up. I see them. They're much more over here, about 70, 80 feet out, right down this ledge. I'm trying my best to stay back off of them. I want to make a good cast to them here.
Brandon Baker said small switch baits.
Yes.
Small twitch bait.
Yeah, I was talking to a buddy of mine, and I was telling him that I literally bought a BFS combo. Come on. Predominantly to throw some of these ultra small, like 1 and 1.5 inch poppers, because they get on these tiny, tiny bait fish. Gosh, they're grouped up out here now. I'm gonna keep trying, but they're spread out in water column. There's some actually deeper.
Redbeard said you guys are doing great. I got to hit the river. See you.
I hear you, brother. I don't blame you a bit.
Tight lines, Redbeard. Tight lines. Let's see.
Gosh, they're out here. There it is.
Let's see. Donald Williams asked you, with shad balling up like you say, what do you think about a chatterbait?
I like chatterbaits in clear water, not so much. I think in clear water, if you're, you know, to throw a chatterbait like that, because it's, like I said, I mean, I can sit and watch them, examine these ultra clear baits. A chatterbait, anything that makes like a lot of noise like that, at least on this lake, like, yeah, sure, if they're over in the wood or, you know, buried up, perfect. But these bass are not. They are.
They see it before they hear it, won't they?
Yeah.
Or it's so clear.
Well, they'll hear it.
Or I meant hear it before
and,
they. Yeah.
And it's like you're not sneaking up on these bass in this clear anyway. But look, we've thrown traps, you know, scrounger style baits. I mean, we've tried it. It's, you just got to be so subtle. And a lot of times, like I said, we're just kind of waiting. And like I said, really right now, there's only 2 spots this bite is going on at. The other spot yesterday, they wasn't even busting shad. So down here, they were at least busting. And I mean, they're set up for it. They're up. Like I said, they're over 36 feet and they're 10 feet down right now. And that's what they'll do. A lot of times they'll suspend up just right at the edge of that visibility line. And we don't have a thermocline. So what they'll do right now, because we don't have a thermocline, even though it's 81 degrees, we've had plenty of rain. So this lake is not a generation lake. It's a flood control. And it's way up on the mountain, so it doesn't get a lot of current. Like there's not a river that feeds into it. It's just a bunch of mountain streams. They're busting right there. And so what ends up happening is it doesn't get a lot of current during the summer, and you get that thermocline, and it pushes them. So instead of being spread through that 30 foot, it'll push them up in that top 20 or 15 as the summer goes on. So they have no option but to go to the bank or busting out there. Getting better. We're getting better. It's a timing deal. Or suspend up. And what these bass like to do is they're going to stay right here all summer. And some of them will move on down the lake to the other spot. But for the most part, these bass are going to sit here. They love to be on this channel ledge, and they're going to live here all summer. So, and that's people know that now. And they know, like, come here, Mike, if you don't care. This is a great way to show you.
What are we doing?
So show them that right there. Get real close if you
Got
can.
to hold the camera.
Here,
Everything's backwards on it.
so let's see. Yeah.
See it?
Yeah.
It's weird that it's using that other camera.
So out here over deep. See, you can see them there, right there. And they're just sitting out there, hanging out there. And hopefully, just waiting for my lure to come by right now because they're really shallow. And that's a bunch of them. And I'm just going to let it sit there for a minute. One of the first days I ever discovered this bite, I sat right here and caught man, they didn't even follow it. And caught three straight 4-pounders.
Brandon Baker says, what's your new BFS setup? Will you be doing a video on it?
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it. But believe it or not, I've had it for a while. I think it's the Dobbins BFS. I believe. And it's the Shimano, their BFS. I've got to get it rigged up. I'd like to have it today.
Gone fishing with Diaz says a riser might get them. Subtle topwater bite if fished on top. Have you tried that?
Yeah, I've got them. I got my risers. I got the big ones and the small ones. That bait is great. A Credge is real good. I'm gonna try. They're sitting out here, but they ain't firing right now. Oh gosh. See, I like it better when I'm out here and I can bounce back and forth between these two spots. And again, it makes me want to jump and run up there real quick because it's just right around the corner. But if I get up there and I get to where'd my Swimbait go? There it is. Right in front of my face, that's where it went. But if I get up there and those other dudes ain't up there, and I get up there fishing and then somebody shows up. Now, ledge fishing. Let me tell you a little trick. When I fish a Swimbait, I want to make sure that I am slow. This is a 6-4-1. It is a 1/2 ounce ledge head and a Ghost Shad Ramsey bait. And I'm gonna start out at the bottom of the water column, coming right down this ledge and keeping it on the bottom. I always like to make sure I've got a good enough rod reel to get past the school, and then I'm gonna feed it line because I don't want it pendulating. Lord, I can't even say it. Pendulating. Anyway, you get what I'm saying. Back through the school, so I feed it line so that it drops down. It's still going to come back to you a little bit because the swim bait's going to swim, but you know, I got one trailing me. Come on. Eat me.
Jack Branson says Astro Table says 12 to 4 is the best window today with moon overhead.
Whew. I'll tell you what, boys. 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
I'm going to be off this late.
Hopefully.
I'm hoping we're eating lunch by then.
Yeah. And
so now I'm gonna I'm gonna fish the middle of the water column. That's what I love about a swim bait. So there's very few baits that you can fish top, bottom, middle. A jig is one, can't necessarily fish that on top. But a swim bait you can. Especially these swim baits, I could set them up as a pretty solid wake bait. And they work pretty good doing that. So
Ben Booth says, you ever try shaking a jig head minnow over the suspended fish?
oh yeah. Yeah, I got 4 of them tied on right now. 2 in an 1/8 ounce. I'm just trying not to get yelled at on here for scoping, but you know, look, man, I have spent 3 years. So I went and fished some BFLs. I fished the Mountain Division. I got my head beat in. I thought I understood scoping because I've always been good with my electronics. And so the bad part about it was, you know, I just considered a scope another electronic, right? Well, it is not. There's a learning curve to it above and beyond. So I had the top 5 fish found in the first tournament of Dale Hollow, but I didn't understand the movement, the weight. I was used to Demiki rigging vertically, and that is very different with a 2D than it is with forward-facing sonar. So after that, and that was 3 years ago, I said, that's it. I will dedicate myself for the next 2 years, and I will not catch fish without seeing it. And I did that, and I feel like I'm pretty good with it. Like I have taught a lot of guys now about it, what to do. I mean, I'm going to do what I've learned, but I think we looked at this graph right here, Mike. How many hours was already on this graph? And I've had this boat now for, is this 2 years? Yeah, 2 years in May. And on that live scope alone, I think there was 12 or 1,500 hours on it. And you got to remember, I had the red boat and I had a 10-inch on that, and I had a year with that boat. So, man, I have put the hours in on it. And the thing of it is I put the hours in fishing a lot of different baits. And what's been real funny is that we've kind of gone to the suspended bass, and we're kind of moving back to the bass on the bottom and the banks. I'm just having fun up here. This is a bite I like to come up here, maybe catch. I mean, you know, once or twice. So we're hoping we're going to get to catch them on top water. We're kind of force feeding today. Gosh, there's a bunch right here. We caught a good one on this swim bait the other day. Now, for you guys out there, any of you that have a live scope and use it, because I've heard the yays and the nays of people talking about lead versus tungsten. And this is a 1/2 ounce head, and I can tell you right now, there is a huge difference in lead versus tungsten. Come on, old buddy. There you go. Come get me. Oh, come on. Come on. Slow rolling this big swim bait. I got a couple really thinking about it. Come on, come on. There you go. One of you. Oh, there he is, baby. That's a good one. Better stay back, Mike. He's coming in the boat, baby. Yeah. Come here. Eh, not as good as I thought, but stop you spinning. There we go. Ledge head and Ramsey baits, boys and girls. Not as good as I thought, but you know. Quit it. That gone, he tore my swimmy up. He was down deeper. I seen them, a bunch of them down deeper, and slow rolled it. They were all spread out, but there was about 8 or 10 of them. And this is something you could do with a moving bait. You can do it with a jig head minnow too. Is if you'll kind of move to them just a little bit, not a lot, don't make it quick and jerky. You can gather them up, and if they ain't in a competitive mood where they're spread out, if you can come together, most of the time that's when you're going to get one to bite. If you can get them grouped up to where there's 3, a lot of times 3 seems to be the magic number. 3 and above, they'll get aggressive and they'll hit. So hey, we got at least one today. Let's get him back in the water. Don't go tell your buddies now. Yes, some. Now, I will tell you this, and I know some of you are going to hate on this. I'm going to back off here. Most of the time, like if I'm fishing an area like this, I will put them in the live well until I leave here. But during the summertime, because I don't like carrying fish around, I don't. I mean, I don't mind it as much in the spring when it's cold. If the water's below 70, it's not that big of a deal. But during the summer, you have to have your live wells right. And for us, that is ice in the morning and then live well treatment. And guys, Mike, are those buzzer rocks back there?
Yeah, there's somewhere in this thing.
Will you show them those buzzer rocks? Those buzzer rocks. So I had a company send me these, and I just wanted to try them out. And so far, I have not seen something you put in live well, because it's dissolved oxygen. There's the tournament pack. It's dissolved oxygen. It's what they call the oh god, fat boy down. Something party, energy party. So this is them. Now I will tell you, I think the packs are sold out. I think the most important is the white and the yellow. I believe it's yellow, the energy party. The yellow's the energy party, because it is basically like a high-powered Gatorade, is what I'm saying. Now the pink, I don't know nothing about this, but he said it's more like a calming, puff puff give sort of thing. It calms them down afterwards. But man, they're so lively. They're so lively when we release them. But the reason why I keep them in is because that fish right there is probably going to go back, and I don't know if they give off a pheromone or something, but a lot of times they're going to go back and they're going to screw it up for us. So I'll keep them, but I do not leave this area or where the school is and take them with us. Now I've got to take this off.
Been boosted. Nice one. Best feeling in the world. My drug of choice.
Yeah, he wasn't as big as I thought he was. But speaking of risers, I told you we threw some. Somebody asked me about the chatterbait. Mike, you might want to spin that around right there, because we're going right into this mountain. We're probably about to lose them.
What did you do with the buzz?
They're just sitting here. We'll put them up there.
Walk this way or something?
Yeah, I'd turn it toward the sky right there. This is a killer one. We've tried this and had some success with it. It's the Silent, the Sergeant from Thunderhawk, and that's in their Ghost minnow. And here's the new riser, which I wouldn't throw this here. This is I'd throw this down in North and South Kakalaki with them herring down there. That big one.
blurry picture. Ben did. Ben's on there. Bunning. Is that any better, Ben?
Now, Ben, you got to remember,
You got your glasses on?
we are in the mountains, so if it's blurry as in fuzzy, it might just be the mountain. So I am going to.
I sometimes call that sleep in my eyes.
Yeah. I'll call it about 6 beers. All right, how do you
Ben
see
said
these?
freezing up. I'd say we're right here in this spot. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Especially now.
Yeah, you want to jump up on the trolley motor and pull us kind of out in the middle.
You want to do this?
Get this. As I truly believe in, and again, I am not sponsored, but it is Mendit, especially on swim baits, because ain't none of these things cheap.
Froze now. Looks like no issue. This mount, when I went to turn it, just fell off.
Man, I don't know that I got any. There's one. Okay, now what wasn't on there? Was it not clipped in?
What is it?
Was it not clipped in?
It shows that it's working, so I don't know. Said he's texting Elon. We're still going to move though, because this heel here is one we always have issues with.
Turn it out that way.
Yeah, this thing fell off. There's what I'm saying. It wasn't even clipped on there.
Oh, I didn't have it pushed up all the way on there.
It's all right.
Yeah, again, we are learning. I'm going to put me another swim bait on, hoping we're going to bite. A little trick that I use on these swim baits, and this is, I love these swim baits, clear water. This is a killer. The Shadowlicious, it's got a little more roll to it, a little more action if you're in clear water. If it's summertime, I think these are great because they've got a flat side, so it's like the difference between a flat-sided crankbait. And trust me, swim bait action is different. So a round side and a flat side. A round side is going to have a lot of times a lot more roll action to it versus that flat-sided swim bait. And this is a little more, to me, natural during the summertime. We are going to put a little bit of, now I like Smelly Jelly 3X shad on my swim baits, but this actually does. This is one of the few I found that actually does help you see the bait better. So I'm gonna put a little bit of this on there. This is Jar Jelly, the FFS enhancement. So I'm just gonna squirt a little on there because then it's gonna get all over my hands and it's gonna be gross and all that stuff. But I'll tell you a little trick if you like to use, and it's got some silver in it, but I'll tell you a trick that I like to do. I kind of got away from it the past few years, but one of the biggest reasons I like Smelly Jelly is because it's actually crushed up shad. Oh crap. and it's like 3 times, you know, so it's stink. But one of the things I like to do with that is I like to be able to take that and put a little extra glitter in it, a little bit bigger flakes, mix it up. Because when they come up and they just hit that swim bait, what ends up happening a lot of times, it's rolling. Mike's gonna kill me.
This ain't neither.
Oh,
I didn't have time.
But what ends up happening, they'll hit that swim bait, and you know how easily, if you've ever handled a shad, that their scales will come off. Well, if you've ever seen scales floating in the water, or you know, when a bass will come up and kind of run through or hit a shad from the side, those scales will kind of come off and you'll have this glitter in the water. That's why you put a little bit of bigger glitter in your smelly jelly.
Ben said we're good now.
Oh, well, thank you, Ben. How you doing, man? You getting the fishing right now?
Good now. And Elon said he's sorry.
Elon? That better be at least a 10% off discount.
Yeah. He said he'd text us later to tell us how we'll have.
All right. Like I said, we're
Not
gonna...
him, I'm saying Elon.
Oh, Elon. He's going to get back to us.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see here. We got one newer comment. It says, Jason Smith, Crush City Mayor swim bait has been my best swim bait to use.
So, okay, this is going to be petty, geeks. This is going to be petty. I have kind of boycotted Rapala. And I'll be honest with you. Like, I love, like, I mean, you go back in my videos, like, I'm a huge Rapala fan. Like, a huge, like, DT10, DT6. I talk about them to this day. But they do not support creators at all. They will not work with you. They bought 13 Fishing, immediately fired every single YouTuber, including, you know, the granddaddy of them all, Fluke Master. I mean, you know, no matter what your opinion on that is. But it's hard for me to talk about baits. Like, it ain't all about the money, but you're going to ask me, and they did at iCast, to come by your booth, put you on to pump your products, and you're then going to fire. I didn't ask to work with them, be sponsored by them, anything. So it's not that. But then you're going to fire all your content creators and basically say, no. Oh, that's just icky to me. I mean, let your pros make it. I love the pros. Great friends with, you know, Kyle Welcher, Ott Defoe, Brandon Card. Love those guys, you know. But if that's what you're going to do that. Don't look at me and go, hey, come by my booth at iCast. We're going to talk about stuff. And then I get there and they make you sign in. And yeah, it's just the sneaky way to do business to me. And now they're probably like Berkeley. They will never do business with me. So, and that's fine. I don't talk about, look, I'm not sponsored by Ramsey Baits. I mean, we just did a video on, I keep wanting to call them Norman Nomad Designs. And, you know, I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not sponsored. How many times have you heard me sing the praises of the Finisher? The Finisher is an incredible bait. And, you know, so it's not about being sponsored, but it's about, you know, I mean, just being upfront and honest in your business practices. And I just can't bring myself to do it. I've got some freeloaders. They're sitting at the house in the pack, and I don't know. I just can't can't stomach put them in my boat. I'll just had a hit right there. And you guys can tell me if that's petty or not. I mean, but unfortunately, there is a business to doing this. And, you know, look, I always say, if any one of the people, and, you know, every once in a while, look, I love to talk about baits, all kinds of baits by everybody, and I do, and I will. But there is a business aspect to this. And, you know, for me, I'm never going to sign a contract where I can only talk about your baits. You can go to hell. And the other thing is, I like to use, I fish tough lakes. I'm going to use what they're biting. So for me to look at a bunch of baits and say, well, I'm not going to use those because they're kind of shady the way they did things, that's a big deal, because I know a bunch of guys that are catching them on freeloaders. But anyway, you know, all that being said, it's like I said, man, anybody is going to want, if I could come to 90% of humanity out there that loves the sport of fishing and say, hey, you can fish for a living, but you got to ask yourself the question, what would you do to fish for a living? I mean, trust me, YouTube don't pay crap. So you have to have some sort of sponsors. It's like tactical bassing. Listen, I can tell you right now, tactical bassing gets paid just like KVD does on anything that's got their name on it. They get a percentage of every single pack of those that's sold, from River to Sea, from Dirty Jigs or Nickels, every single one. So, you know, to me, anybody that tells you that's a big fishing YouTuber that they're not sponsored, I mean, Milliken owns half or a certain percentage now of 6 cents. So, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you do business. I mean, it's, you know, everybody, if you want to fish for a living, you have to do business. But, or you can take the high road and not have a chance of living the dream. That's just how it is. There ain't a single YouTuber that is fishing for a living unless he ain't got a family, ain't got a house payment, ain't got a car payment, that is fishing for a living that ain't got sponsors. I promise you. That's my tirade for the day, because I will be the first to tell you, and I hope nobody gets mad at me, I hate the business part of fishing. I despise it.
Ben Bunton said, not petty, principle is BassGeek virtue.
Well, I mean, Ben is a good friend of mine, and we talk a lot.
Yeah.
And he'll be the first to tell you, I hate the business side of fishing. I hate it.
Eastbound Dog says, no, not petty. You have to be true to yourself and sell out.
Well, but that's where you don't sell out. You do not sign that contract that is exclusive. That says, it says, I'm going to sign with, you know, Rapala, and I'm going to tell you every one of their baits is the best bait. Yeah. It's the best. They make the best crankbait. They make the best topwater. They make the best jerkbait. That's why none of my contracts that I work with, and what I love about what I do is I try to work, man, I work with so many small businesses. I love it. I love that I work with so many small businesses. And when I say small businesses, I'm talking about a dude and his wife. And that's 90% of the companies that I work with. And I love those people. Sorry. I didn't mean to get on a tirade about that, but sometimes it just happens. Uh-oh, there's a stray cast. Must have been subliminally wanting to go there.
Yeah, Eastbound Dog said not sell out.
Gotcha. Come on, eat it. Eat it. Oh, one swung at it again. Now, I will tell you, anytime you're fishing a swim bait like this, anytime you're fishing a, man, I wonder if they'll eat that big under end. I bet they will. Come on. Come on. Ah. See, right there's a perfect example of fishing too fast. I'm gonna spin off these. I'm gonna tie on a big underspin over top of some fish. So there was some suspended up 10. There was some down below in that about that 20-25, and there was one coming up, and I know it was a largemouth. He was coming up. He was a better largemouth, better dot. He was coming up, and I was trying to stay above because he had a little buddy. I was trying to draw him up. I was hoping I slowed down just a little bit. I was hoping he was going to come up and join his little buddy there that was kind of following, so it'd create a little competition. One of them would be like, "You're not eating that. I'm eating it. No, I'm eating it. No, 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 no," and then they'd eat it. But he come up and was like, "Yeah, it's done too far. It's not worth the energy." So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to get up my big underspin. I'm really trying to stay away from the jig head minnows. I really want to get a topwater bite going is what daggone won't. But so far, they've been stubborn. Oh, come on now. So what I'm going to do, Mike, is I'm going to take us right over here, not get us up against this bank. Now, I will say this, and this is in a video. I was having a really good day up here on this little spot. This video is probably a few years old at this point. And what ended up happening was, and what I'm doing is I'm getting my treble hook lures out of the way. Here we go. Also, the problem about living in the mountains. GPS, sometimes it's your friend, sometimes it's no friend. Uh-oh, stay in there. The sun's down low, they might just go. Uh-oh. So I seen something in here. I got to get out and throw. Keep that secret, Mike.
Keep it secret.
Yeah, keep that secret for a minute.
I'm sure I'm gonna show it to him.
No, don't do it. I gotta find. Let's see. What do we got on this? I may cut this loose. I know I've got a big. I got so much crap in here. It's just dumb right now.
All right, so Eastbound Dog says, does this lake have a bite window when the topwater bait turns off this time of year?
It's when it turns off, you can still catch them. They start to relate a little more to the bottom, and at that point, that's when those underspins and swim baits. Now, I have caught some good ones flipping at that time, but it gets real tough. It gets real tough. I think it's what you're asking me, right? Did I understand that right, Mike?
Bite window when the topwater bait turns off this time of year. Does it have a bite window?
Now, I will say this. On this lake, that bite window does not turn off until when the topwater bite is going on. Daggone it, where is that rod? This topwater bite will go literally from now. You know what? I'm just going to use my hair jig rod. Will literally go from now. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Hall, the best assistant in the world. What am I? Oh, what did I shut this off? Okay. Whoa! Seems like that other boat's coming down this way.
Yep.
My Mike, I might have you get up there on the trolling motor and position us over there. Yeah, we are whole garden.
Better do something.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on over there. Go top water for a minute. You cocks. Sorry, guys, if y'all heard that.
Well,
I like to throw my big spoon out there a little bit too. I'm gonna throw my other one. Come here, sweetheart. Man, they just ain't there. Like, reckon I should
Ben
get
said, I see a steamboat. That's pretty much steamboat. I
good old two strokes, man.
thought that's Popeye coming again.
Some back when I had old Red, I really loved the smell of that two stroke. Well, some days I loved it, and some days I was like, oh God, that's killing me. But some days I miss it now, so I'm like, eh. Man, what is going on? Hey, that is good news. So far we're the only two boats I've seen on this lake today, and they left that top spot. So maybe they didn't have any success. We might run up there in just a second and come back to this, but I'm gonna sit right here right now. You know, because again, I know this was the best hole. How many we got watching now, Mr. Hall?
53.
Dang. So if y'all scroll back a little bit, you will see me catch at least one today.
Dennis Felton says, that's what I like about your show. It's live. You say what you want. No need to apologize. I swear all you want. Those all are my favorite words. Well,
Listen, I know a lot of kids, we come back from the look, I'm the type of guy I'm never gonna tell you all a bunch of BS. All right. I am who I am, and I'll be the first to tell you. And please don't judge me. I don't judge any of you all for anything, good or bad you do. My name's not Jesus Christ, and it's not my job to do that. So, but what I will tell you is this. Hey, I got to show y'all something for y'all that's on the live stream the other day. Oh man, it's gonna look messed up though. Anyway, I cleaned this out. It is actually way better. It doesn't look it right now. I know because we've got
Look
a couple
at
of
this
other
mess.
things. Mike, come on, man. You ain't supposed to be giving me away like that, man. Friends like that, guys. Friends like that.
Don't need any of this.
Right there, we're gonna whip out a.
I don't like the way this camera works on this thing.
Yeah, we're trying StreamYard out here, and I think me and Mike both we learn, or at least we learned right after we posted that we were going to do this live stream that we oh, and this is how I organize my hook box, by the way, so you can actually keep things pretty good. This is your offset worm hooks, EWGs. This is your straight shanks flipping. This is your, I think this is a few more straight shanks, but some circle hooks, your kind of Nico wacky stuff, weighted wacky. And then you got your big beast hooks, your big Swimbait hooks here, and your shaky heads into your tube hooks, your Neds. Then here's pretty much these three, maybe four. Yeah, four are kind of minnow. I mean, that's how, minnow baits, and then your swim baits right here. And so I'm hoping, what I'm actually hoping to find here is my big, there they are. So remember what I said, bass, you get reactions out of bass doing two things: going bigger, even more natural. Everybody tells you, oh yeah, man, the bite's tough. You better pick up that drop shot. You better dinkle-inkle worm around. Or you pick up a 6/0, 3/4 ounce underspin and put a natural looking swim bait on it. I mean, same thing, right? But it actually works, because I always tell people, I mean, how many, and I am going to put on a little more solid swim bait. We're going to start with that. We may go to the ghost shad. And you know what? We are going to go to the ghost shad. I don't know why, though. I find that these, I don't know why. I'm definitely not sticking those in my hook box. But I don't know why, but these seem to work so much better, like a more solid, than something like this. A lot more translucent. Even in clear water on an underspin seems to work so much better. So much better. And I do have some 5-inch. I'm going to leave these out, though, for right now. Let's see if I had maybe a big one over here in my junk pile. Oh, that's a Shadowlicious. Speaking of which, there's your Shadowlicious ghost shad. And that's got a big wide tail. You can see how much rounder it is. It's got a real big, and this kind of does this whole figure 8 thing. So, speaking of a finisher, and a lot of other stuff, but there's a finisher. I know, Mike's making fun of me. I hear him scoff right there.
What I do? I'm reading questions. So Trevor Wagner says, I'm with you, Hank. I would rather go bigger and not downsize at first. Give me a good size underspin and a natural color trailer.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get my.
That was Trevor Wagner.
Trevor, hey, and by the way, if you guys have not gone and watched, Trevor, you're in Texas, right? Tell me if I'm right or wrong on that. If you guys have not watched Trevor, you are missing out. Go check him out. He's got a relatively new. I hate to say new, but he's got a very good channel. Gives out a lot of good information. He is in Texas, I believe. Trevor, tell me if I'm a liar. Feel free. My wife does all the time. She tells me I'm full of it. There it is. I think I'm down to one of these now, other than the one that I got tied on. Again, Ramsey Baits, if you want to know.
Where are you shooting it to?
Huh?
I don't know what you was shooting at.
So, well, I was backwards.
Ramsey comes out backwards on here.
Yeah, I wonder if we can go into
It's the
settings.
mirror or something.
Yeah.
Weird.
Well, so what we're going to do next time is we're going to tie, or we're going to, I found out that in just the plain old YouTube studio that we have, all right, if we're not recording, can I just take this off? Okay.
What are you going to do with that?
I'm just
Click it on your shirt.
Yeah, I'm just going to clip it on my shirt. There's how rough I am on my equipment. You didn't hear that. That was my GoPro that I just swung over. I ain't gonna put it down low.
So Trevor said, yep, Panhandle, Texas. Old fisherman, just started sharing my knowledge on YouTube in January.
So Trevor, shout out your channel. And anybody that's in here that has a channel, share your channels, man. Subscribe to each other. Hey, and something else that is really cool, and I've really been trying to push here lately, is, I don't know if you all know this, but if you go to posts or you go to on your phone, you'll see a community tab. If you go to my actual BassGeek YouTube page, and you guys can actually post. And so what I want you guys to start doing is just like treat it like Facebook. Especially like Trevor, if you got a channel, man, go on there and post something. Put something up, you holding some fish, or say, hey, I was fishing this weekend. Y'all tell me about your trips. Drop your tips in there. Help me be a better angler. I am not a great angler. I am a super average angler. And, I'm learning, and, being able to learn from you guys, I would appreciate that, because I know what I know, and that's all I know. And it's pretty repetitive at the end of it. I'm always, that is the one thing. I am always looking for new baits and new techniques. Got a few of them on the horizon. A couple of them that ain't out right now. Got a really cool phone call last night from a gentleman. Got a hope what's going to be a really good meeting with Duo Realis at ICAST. They reached out to me. So, we're trying. And for me, man, it's all about, I didn't have anybody. Like my papaw fished, but he meat fished like it was crappie and, sometimes some whites. And I really didn't have anybody that, good Lord. Oh, no. I didn't really have anybody nobody tournament fished around me or really bass fished around me. Sun still ain't out. Let's see if they'll come out for this.
Ben Booth says, what's the best way to support you and what you do? I want to see you succeed as much as possible.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, really the best way, I tell everybody this, it's absolutely free. Be part of the 100% Watch Squad. Watch the videos all the way through. And when I say 100% Watch Squad, some guys, when they come and they subscribe, they think, go back and watch every video. If you got time, yeah, sure, pretty please. But just watch them when they come out. Leave a comment because I love to hear from you. I love to talk about fishing with you. I say that at the end of every video, and I cannot tell you how daggum true that really is. Mike probably hates me because when I get around people, I just start talking fishing. And if you got a secret, I'm not the guy to tell. Because when I start talking about fishing, if you got a secret and I go out and try it, then man, I'm just gonna blab. I ain't gonna lie. We'll blab. I just get so excited about it, and I love to help people. That's why I started my channel, was because I want to help people like me, the people that don't have anybody. Like, I didn't fish my first tournament. Again, shout out to my buddy with Ledgehead, Tim Saylor. I didn't fish my first tournament until I was probably in my 30s. And we fished I think it was a Tennessee Christian bass anglers tournament. And he needed an alternate. I got to go. Me and him almost won. I screwed up, missed one on the buzzbait, and had a good one on, man. Good one on. Out of some buck brush, just working the floating worm, man. Sherbert float worm. So when I tell you, that worm will, Danny Joe's float worm in Sherbert, that thing will have a soft spot in my heart forever. But I just want to teach people. And then, there's always the algorithm. And I think something that new anglers really gravitate toward is they want to learn about baits. And so trying to teach new anglers, it's why we talk, and it's why we do a lot of bait breakdowns. We know they're simplistic. We know sometimes they'll look like a commercial, but I promise you, those are not all sponsors. I promise you this. I mean, there ain't that many baits. Oh no, topwater might be finally firing up. But it allows us to make content easily because, again, I'm not doing this full time yet. We're out here on the water 1, maybe 2 days a week, and so we're just doing the best we can, and we fish tough lakes, and sometimes it's just you gotta hit it just right. So unfortunately, we're not down there in those Texas lakes where we can get out there and crack the piss out of them. Like I said, this lake right here, if you catch 5 in a day, in an 8-hour day, you've done something. Like, it's tough to catch 5 on this lake, and it's gotten a lot tougher over the past few years since I've been doing this. Now, let me throw this big underspin. All right, can you guys still hear me? I've got the my chesticles are off. And so, I know that was wrong. I apologize. Oh, and I try not to cuss or say stuff like that. I shouldn't have said so. Because just like yesterday when we were getting off the lake, there were some kids, they were swimming, and they were like, "Hey, BassGeek," and I was like, "Oh." So I know a lot of dads, a lot of kids, watch. So I try not to cuss. But again, what I meant earlier by don't judge me is, I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, I cuss like a sailor. I do. Mike is always yelling at me, PG-13, PG-13, he says.
Well, I mean, if you're filming, trying to make content,
It's
hard to put a bicorn in every 3 seconds.
Yeah, because look, man, I put a lot of pressure. Like, I put a lot of pressure on myself, like, to come out and catch fish and show you guys that we can catch fish. And like I said, man, it's not easy to catch fish on these lakes, especially this one. And it's, I want to show you that I do the things that I talk about doing. And, sometimes, man, it just don't work. It don't matter how much time you're out here. Like I said, there's probably 300 bass, 400 bass right here. And we've caught 1 thus far. And how long have we been doing this live stream now?
Yeah, it's 1 hour and 49 minutes right now.
So almost 2 hours. Now, I am going to say this, the sun's coming up. I do want to run up there now that other boat is gone, but we are not going to spend a lot of time up there. Because I don't want to come back and this hole be gone. But right now, this hole is not being friendly. And you know what? Hydro wave. You got to fix this crap. I can't see my screen. I don't really know what I'm I'm running. So I literally have to pick my trolling motor up because they've got water in the screen. And I have to listen to it to see if it's the right thing. Okay, that's continuous something.
Trevor said, I wish I was closer to those awesome Texas lakes. He said,
I know. I was
tough
sitting there
lakes,
thinking,
deep reservoirs,
yeah.
mostly rock lakes. Closest good Texas lake is 5 hours from.
I was, there's what we're looking for. I was thinking you were farther away from those. I think we had that conversation before. Where you at, boys and girls? There you are. Let's make sure we got this right. That don't feel right. There we go.
David Williams says, go get him, Hank and Mike.
We're trying. We are trying. For sure. Hey, can you guys still hear me good? I
said a few minutes ago, and Ben said, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ben. Ben, I'm going to set you up as like a moderator.
He'd do it once.
Yeah, I bet you, if you want to. I mean, of course. These fish have moved.
Thomas Simmons says, oh, yeah.
These fish have moved up a little bit. There we are. There's the ones near the bottom that I need to be throwing at. Right there.
Well, here's your good question, Hank.
What is it?
So, Brandon Baker says, I saw the boat video about the hydrowave having moisture under the screen. I was wondering, what is a hydrowave?
Okay. Can you come up here and show it to him?
Yeah. Hold on a second. I accidentally knocked that question off the...
Oh. So, to answer your question while Mike's showing you, that is a hydrowave. That is the H2.
See all that moisture on the screen, though?
Yeah. Come on, eat it. Oh, I got one trailing hard. Oh, God, he just swiped at it. Oh, he turned off of it. I think he hit the blade. Oh, he's coming back. And then there's another one. Let's see if I can get both of them trailing, I might catch one right here. Come on, there's a third. Oh, gosh, he hit it again. Just to tell you all, if you're fishing a swim bait, do not set the hook until you feel weight. They'll turn off. Do not speed up, do not slow down. But we had some reaction right there. That's awesome. So what a hydrowave is it is a here's everybody kind of hates on forward facing sonar, but this is a fish call. I mean, that's what it is.
Yep.
It makes noise like a
bait fish.
Like bait fish. They even have crawdads and bluegill and all this other stuff on there. And a lot of people are like, does it work? Yes, it works. Now, am I telling you that like it fires up the fish? No. What I think it does 90% of the time is it will fire up the bass or the shad. And when it fires up those shad, it will fire up those bass because the shad are now super active. And when the shad gets super active, the bass get super active. Oh, they're chasing out here in front of me. Something great about an underspin. Even a big one. Let's see if I can get them. Yeah, they done moved. We floated in a little bit here. I kind of want to keep floating in right here. But so a hydro wave, to me, even on the toughest of days, it will get you, let's just say 2, 3 more bites, 4 bites more out of a school than what you would get otherwise, is my opinion. And most of the time I do not start out the day with it running because I don't want them to hear it continuously, and I put it on a delay. Only once I catch a few, and only once or if the bite is truly getting to be tough. Do I do it? Now we got the old prank out here. Got 3 bass right here.
You got fish handlers that says, "What's up, geek? I'm loving my Camus. I bought Milton's Camus. He ran in 2023."
Dude, tell me it ain't tell me it ain't the best riding boat you've been in. The seats are incredible. Okay. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to pull up, we're going to ride up. But what it does is that hydro wave, it sends out sound in the water that fires them up a little bit more. These bass are suddenly spread out.
Yeah, Ben said, "I love a good prank."
Yeah, man, they're awesome. Now, I will say this again, this is a small lake. It's from here up, it's no wake. So we're not going to go very fast. And I can kind of sit down here. See, let's see. I don't know if they can hear it. Well, you can hear it a lot of times out of the water, but it's on delay right now. I got to cut my screens up. All right, let me have it for a minute, Mr. Hall. I want to show you, or at least try to show you geeks a little something. So you can see, 80 here is probably better on this one. Water temp's up to 82. We're going to fire it up. There's my graph mounts. If y'all ain't seen that video, just check it out. Man, these things are incredible. How adjustable they are, how you can slide back and forth. You got the locks in there, you got the locks out there, you got these locks down here. They're super safe, super adjustable. These, of course, I think I'm going to tilt them forward just a little bit. I got them kind of leaned back, and that's a little bit. Mike, I'm going to move. You all right?
Yep.
But I'll kind of show you a little something here, maybe. There's a bass. There's your side image. There's bass. There's some bass. Sorry. There's the old road bed. The road right there. Nope, right there. You can see the wall where they'd cut it out. That drops off into the creek channel. Right there's a bunch of bass. See how scattered out they are right now. There's a creek channel running from that little pocket right there. Now, one of the things that I want to tell you, and I'm going to give myself a pat on the back for, is that I was one of the very first. You can go back and find these videos, how to catch suspended ledge bass, way before Florida Facing Sonar. I've got 2 videos. The first one is probably more in depth. There's actually comments where people were saying that they wanted to kill me because I actually talked about it. So, yeah. But we're going to go up here. We're going to fish around for a minute. So this is going to be the second little spot. And I'm hoping nobody jumps on that, we're going to bounce back and forth here. That's always better. There's a third spot that comes into play a little bit later in the summer as the fish move out of this creek. So they'll move from up here back to where we were, and they'll be back there. They'll be down on the other end. Now, what's really cool about that little spot is there's two spots. So this lake, and this is something that I look for on any lakes that I go to. I look for major creeks that's got some pretty harsh channel swings in them and that's got running water in the back. And the reason why I do that is because it doesn't take a lot of current. And when you get some good rains, what ends up happening, like right back there, the bass like those hard spots. They like those hard areas. And so what they'll do is those hard channel turns, as that current comes in to make that break to that hard channel turn, it's going to wash off any sort of sediment. It's going to keep it washed off. And so what ends up happening is it keeps that sand washed off, and you get, you know, rock, shell bed. There's a big stump. I mean, the stump is as big as the front deck of my boat, sitting right on the top side of that ledge. And so what ends up happening is you get this hard spot right there. And I think, like I said, I know when I first discovered that big stump back there, a lot of people were like, I mean, the bass were stacked up and I thought they were crappy. But I just went out there and threw at them to see. And I mean, they will stack up like crappie out there. Now here we're going to get a little more sun. That's why I want to get back down there. That's one of those, as we say here around here. Oh, I'm fogged up. As we say here, that's one of those little areas where the sun never shines. So I'm not even gonna scan this up here. I'm literally just gonna pull up because I know how they set up off this long point. You guys in South, maybe North Carolina, I know South Carolina might call it a shoal. It smells fishy up here. I know there's some bluegill beds in the back of this one, but I think they're all off of it. But we're gonna get up here. We did get a hold of a couple of good ones on a jig head minnow, and if they're not up here breaking, we'll definitely pick up a jig head minnow because they seem a little more susceptible to it up here. All right, sorry, I've not watching. Yeah, Trevor's like, yep, I watch. Look, I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but you know what I say, nobody else is going to give you props. You better give them to yourself, Trevor. You feel me? You better give them to yourself. So always remember that in your YouTube journey. Plus, I've been married for 31 years. If I don't pat myself on the back, the wife ain't never going to do it. Honey, if you're listening, I love you. You're my world. And I only mean that with respect. Let me get my big butt up. What do I do with that one gray one? What did I do? There it is, there it is, there it is. All right, geeks, what do? Do I start right off with a top water, you think? See some out there in 10. They're not. And let's see. We're going to get down to him. This is an 1/8 ounce, so I'm not making a huge cast with it. Still a little far off. What is that? Is that a catfish, Mike? You see that?
Nope.
There's why we're smelling some fish. Oh, yeah, we're definitely throwing top water right here.
TX Snoop said, "What's up, BassGeek?"
What's up, man? What's up? Oh, where's that? Where's that? Where's that? Where's that? Where's that?
Being said, there's that dance.
Where's that? Where's that? Look at that catfish right there. Show them that, Mike.
Oh, dead catfish.
Yeah, it's not only. Oh, don't do that.
Some
It's not only dead, but
catfish
it's.
fillets, guys.
Dang, they went to the bottom.
Being said, Rico time.
I've got some in the boat. I don't have one tied on. I got my prank tied on right now. But yeah, you are right. It's probably time to get a Rico out. Man, there's a bunch up here, but they are also scattered. Seen some chasing. Holy cow. Oh, that's a tree. Okay. Started to say, what a bunch of shad. Man, I really want a topwater bite. It's killing me, guys. And I know why I ain't getting it just yet. Because these stupid fish are still predominantly feeding down. The balls of shad, they're suspended up, but the stupid balls of shad are above them. Or I mean below them. All right. No response to that. But there's a bunch right there. So, ow! Hit myself in the forehead. Let's see. We got 2 bites. Got a good one off this yesterday. Right here. I hate that I don't have a 1/4 ounce because there's some down on about 25. Come on, see it. And missed them. They're coming up though. That's always a good sign. A lot of times when you're scoping, if you can catch them coming up. Now I will shake the piss out of one of these during the summer. They seem to be over toward the bank a little bit more. Oh, there we go. There's some out there feeding on shad right there. Right off that ledge. Stingy this morning. Stingy. I'm gonna work this way. There's a bunch right up here, about 80, 90 feet. Looks like they're feeding on some big old shad too. Hey, you know what? They're feeding on big shad. Give them big shad. I know it's sunny, but let's see. That was a horrible cast. Man, They ain't one bit interested in that. Let's see if we can get it over there again. Of course. Right there's what always happens. You get up here and you're throwing one thing, they bust right out here 20 foot off the side of you. That's why I try to keep my little belly weighted flute tied on. But so far I'm not liking what I'm seeing right here at all. At all. Oh, don't go in a tree. Oh no, did you see that, Mike?
Nope.
Okay. I do not want to lose this because it's only about $130. I cast it right into a tree. Let's hope there's no snakes over here in it. Oh, come on. A little bit more. Watch, I'm about to get a hook right in my face hole. Look, just that. Really? You just can't let go.
Squirrel fishing.
That's how I drive too most times, squirrel hunting. You ever hear that? We used to jokingly tell my granddad that. That's what my dad and them used to tell him. Leaf brim. Well, I done screwed this hole up. Dang. Well, I caught a 3-pounder too now. Good Lord. I pick up the big swim bait and I'm doing everything I can to lose it. Good Lord. I want you to look at this. I should have seen that. I was just trying to throw it up underneath some trees because it's real steep right here. And I know these bass will get up against this and, you know, hopefully call them up, but maybe get a bite. There we go. Finally, I made a cast with it that didn't involve getting stuck in a tree or a bush. There's 2 big laydowns right here that you can't see that have caught some pretty big ones out of, especially right now with the sun up. Well, making fun of me.
Brandon Baker. He goes, like fishing with my sister's kids. Laughed out loud.
Listen.
More tied up. And
I ain't used to throwing a swim bait, man. Come on now. Give me a break. I ain't threw one in a while. Well, this one anyway. Had some really good luck on that snappy crappie, ain't we, Mike?
Yep.
From Duo. But it's right around, you know, I like this. I got to put some wire on it to get it down, but it stays good and horizontal. Show them that in the water right there, Mike.
What am I showing?
Right there, this swim bait.
I don't even know if you can see it with this.
Oh, yeah, I don't see it. But this is one of the bull shad. It's their but it stays good and horizontal.
I gotta get used to this camera.
Huh?
I gotta get used to this camera. You gotta go backwards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it. It's like a mirror. You gotta do everything backwards.
Yeah. Little ones out there busting. Like I said, I don't want to spend too much time up here. I'm afraid we'll go back and there'll be somebody on that hole down there. That hole's been, which we ain't gonna do this much longer. It's 8 o'clock. We got one stupid fish in the boat. This lake is still being just brutally tough.
She's stubborn when she's stubborn.
Oh, had a good follower right there. I mean, you know, maybe 2.5, 3 pounds. I need to get it down a little bit deeper. I'll have to put some wire on it, balance it out good. I hadn't thrown this one a whole lot, threw it a little bit in the spring. But love that sort of gizzard shad flat paint job. I just think that sort of flat. Will you set that back there, Mike? Thank you, sir. I think I'm gonna throw it a couple of these out here with a jig head minnow. There's some shad up here, but it's really big shad, so that's a 4.5 inch to 5 inch minnow. I don't know. I think I'd throw the.
What was that swim bait you had? Brandon said, "What's the swim bait? Rod and reel setup line." The one you had.
I gotta throw my underspin. That is a, what is that, Mike? It's a TFO.
Professional.
Yeah, which is like a $130 rod. So it's not super expensive.
RIP says, "Good morning, sir. Nothing like being on the water in the mornings."
Nothing like being on the water in the mornings. Amen. I just wish the bite was a little bit better. Gosh, man. See, Mike, you remember when I come up here and they were, like yesterday, they were not on the bottom. They're spread out now. See, this lake's got some gizzard shad in it. What ends up happening is, boom, right there. They'll chase them gizzard shad up. Them gizzard shad will be on the bottom. And I literally just seen this happen. And they'll get over and chase those gizzard shad. And I literally seen them come off this ledge and start chasing them to the top. Gosh almighty. Can't believe, though, they ain't biting, or at least trying to bite this. Which, what I might do is go around and stick the power poles down, because that ledge runs this way. There's that shoulder's right there, and so what I'm doing is running kind of up like it's coming across. But if they're chasing them off the bottom, oh God, one just knocked the shit out of it. I got some over here chasing. Oh, come on, get loose. No, get loose. Oh, I got it wrapped around my stupid tip. There. Oh, I still see them. Come on. Come on. Dirty dogs. That's these spots on this lake, you got to be ready. And I don't have my top secret weapon sitting out here at the ready, and it's always sitting right here. And that's my mistake. If I'd have had this little thing right here fired up and ready to go, yeah, you like the mess I got? It's kind of always how it goes throughout the day. Mr. Hall, will you set this back here? Threw the spy bait a little bit this morning. They really wasn't on that. When they're busting, that right there is something that even if, a lot of times on this lake, even if they won't hit top water, you drop that in and they'll hit it. So that, Mr. Holmes is going to set it right there, okay? If it's in your way, let me know. But what I'm going to do, because I seen them come up, is I'm going to get over here and I'm going to come at them at a different angle. So this big bush over here, I'm going to back up, drop the power pole, shove the engine in, and I'm going to be able to cast right down the ledge.
Ben said bot window opening.
Yep.
Ben button.
Yep. So I'm going to get right over here.
Todd S said, hell yeah.
Because what happens is as that water comes over, it creates an eddy right here. You can see because the current flows that way, but what ends up happening is as you're out here, it pulls you forward. So what we're going to do is we're going to shove the boat in over here. We're going to drop the power poles. Nope. And what this does is it gives us a direct line straight down this ledge with the eddy circling. I don't know if I got them, Mike. Might still been a little shallow right there. I was coming in a little hot and got on it. That'll get us. It's steep. What's that back graph say back there, Mike?
5.5.
Yeah, we're in 15 up here. All right. So what I'm going to start out with is my, wherever it's at, my Swimbait right here. We are in line with them now, bro. All over here.
You ever tried the IMA skimmer?
The IMA, yeah, man, I'm a big IMA fan. Like, I ain't gonna lie. That is a great bait. I think I've got one in the boat with me. That's another good bait that gets a good wide walk to it. Oh, I don't know if I can make that. I'll be just short. If I'm lucky, they're coming this way. I'll stand on this because need to have that top water ready right there too.
Dennis Spalding says, I like the way you show new baits and how to hook fish them. I've been
I wasn't gonna stay out here long, and here I am. And here I am. All right, I'm gonna make
how'd you change this or the thing room?
the camera.
Yeah, because it timed out and then now it's back.
Go into settings, and then you should see mic and camera. Hope y'all didn't hear that. You know, sometimes fat boy bends over. Breakfast causes issues. Did you find it?
It's working now.
Studio, and you're back.
Back.
Whoa! Woo, it's getting hot, boys. I'm sweating. That thing ought to be. Spin it
Dennis
around.
Spalding asks, he says, BassGeek, do you ever fish Michigan? That's where I live, big smallmouth and largemouth.
I have never got to fish Michigan, and it is somewhere that is on my bucket list for big smallmouth. Because if you all watch, you will know I love to fish for smallmouth. Well, they're getting fired up here, but unfortunately, I ain't hitting a daggum thing. I'm about to go back down to that other spot. This spot up there has been beat to death so bad that it's just... that it is just... Let's see. Man, they're just turning off of it. All right, let's go on down that other spot. Just not having it up here. Just not having it.
Joey said, morning, Hank and Mike just jumping in to say hello.
Morning, brother. Hope you're doing well. Hope you ain't working too hard. Joey, you'd be proud of me. The one fish that we've been able to get to bite today, we've caught it on a swim bait.
Yep. Got it like in the first hour.
I know, man. It is. They're here, but it just ain't time yet. It just ain't time. Which is disheartening. Disheartening. You want a drink, Kyle?
No.
Come on, get me a dude. Oh, crap. Will you pull that trolling motor? I'm sorry. Again, best assistant in the world, Mr. Mike Hall right there. All right, peeps, we're going to go down here, fish this other spot for just a minute. I'll show you what I was looking at here. I'll kind of graph this for you. Oh, this spot was tough yesterday. You can see right there's a bunch of shad. That would be a whole bunch of gizzard shad right along this. There's your creek channel edge. Right there's some bass. There's your gizzard shad. Creek channel coming across. You can see it right there. It's not a very big creek channel. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to spin around here. I'll show you a little something. Then we're going to head back down. We're getting close to ending the day. But we're going to pop that one. We was out here fishing yesterday and filming. Had a pretty good time. First 4 hours was pretty good. Today has been the exact opposite. And I was kind of hoping because, you know, supposedly, I don't know if you guys can see this, but that point right there runs way out here. You see a little bit of grass. They use that to ambush. And then we should be seeing a bunch of fish right here in just a second. So here we come down our ledge. There's the grass again. You can see some dots right there. Some out here. Right there. Sorry, I can't get close on this. Should be seeing a bunch over here too in just a second. Here's your creek channel. Look at all that. Look at all that. So they're here. There's some grouped up, but I think that right there is that group is either crappie or there you go, little bust right there as they drive by. That's a little guy. All right, so where you guys fishing at right now? You guys, I work a swing shift job, 12-hour days, 12-hour nights. So every once in a while I get lucky enough to get out here during the middle of the week and fish. But as you can tell, it ain't really helping a lot. But where you guys fishing at, man? Leave it in the comments. Let me know. And what's the bite? What's your bite? What's your favorite bite that's going on right now this time of year? Oh, let's see. Still got 49. We're going to move down the lake just a little bit. That's pretty cool, man. Especially early in the morning, as long as we've been on here. So, like I said, we'll hit this spot right here, then we'll probably call it a day. We'll probably run through a bunch of the baits that I want to throw on it. And I was hoping, you know, there's a little bit of a front moving in tonight, and I was hoping it was going to really get them active. But not yet, not yet, not yet. Flam Dog, what's up, man? What's up? We had one bite down here. They ain't hit topwater yet. We're going back to that spot, Fleming. We're going to try. They ain't busted at all down here. Had a few busts up here. We're just kind of bouncing back and forth between these points, hoping there ain't nobody down here on this one. We left it for a little while. Had a couple of bites, a couple of swings on a bigger underspin. That might work. Never really threw a thing. Topwater, yeah, Carolina rig, mid-morton, topwater in the morning. They just ain't on the bottom here. Like, even the ones that are down low are not on the bottom. Like, I've crawled a Swimbait down there, and they just ain't showing themselves. They just ain't down there low and deep on this lake. These clear bodies of water, they like to suspend up. See, I mean, you can see, look at all the shad. Look at all the shad, how it's suspended up right there and spread out. So what we need to happen is all that to start to come together into bigger balls of shad right now on this lake for this bite that we're trying to kind of force to be there. I see all that.
Boards.
What?
Boards.
Oh. Yeah, seems like we're all right.
They were little, but it was just going to go over top of them.
Well, if you're going to hit something, I guess hit it at
the right angle.
Yeah. Hit it at wake speeds. All right, so where y'all fishing? Ben, Sandy Cooper, where you guys fishing at? What lakes you fishing at? So I know Todd S. Spinnerbait was a blast last weekend. Just got home, 12-hour nights, yep. Who was it fishing Michigan? Dennis? So where you fishing at in Michigan? What? I mean, you don't have to give the exact lakes, but no waypoints needed, of course.
Yeah, where's all your waypoints?
Yeah, where's all your? Well, give me those waypoints again, buddy, if you don't mind. See, there's your road, by the way. That comes off and around that point. The old roadway. Right there. Skullhead Rock, as we lovingly refer to it as. All right, Mike, hold this for me. I'm going to get me a drink before I jump.
Drink, look. Mountain Dew. Send all the free pallets of Mountain Dew you want to. Mountain Dew Zero.
All righty. Well, let's see what we can figure out. I don't know. We're going to throw a few things at them. If we can't get a bite going, we'll call it a day. So, I don't know. We might go check that other spot out. See if it's there. But that's kind of, this is my favorite bite on this lake. Just to be able to come out and get these fish on these ledges, get them fired up, get them feeding. And I like it much better when they're grouped up. And right now they're grouping up, but they are still just all over that water column. And when they're like that, you don't get the competition between the fish, and they're a little bit tougher to catch. Really hoping we were going to see some topwater on this side. But thus far, because I have had some incredible days, literally right there, probably 20, 30 feet off the passenger side of the boat, I caught the biggest smallmouth I've ever seen caught on this lake. And it was almost 5 pounds. It's actually in a video. Man, it was a full, it was bigger round than it was long. It looked like one of those Michigan smallmouth up there. But yeah, this lake's being stingy right now. It's really annoying me. Really annoying me. Keep talking about throwing my mojo. You look. Geeks, don't be afraid. Everybody, you know, yeah, the big spoons are sexy. But I'm telling you, your Mojo spoon, that's a 1/2 ounce. Nichols makes the Lake Fork spoons. I think they're 4 and 6 inches, maybe, or 3 and 6, something like that. I think one of them is 3/4. I think the smaller one's 3/4, and the other one is like right at 1 ounce. And believe it or not, these bass go crazy over them. I got a box full. I'll kind of come to you here in a minute. A lot of times, the Mojo seemed to do better last year. It's a little fatter, got a lot more kind of flutter to it. But if you guys ain't throwing, you guys that do have a scope, if you're not throwing some spoons, you are missing out. Not jigging spoons. Now, jigging spoons, of course, you know, in the cold weather or if they're super deep. But like right there is a big one headed right this way. He's down there about 25 gallons. He's moving at 100 miles an hour, though. I don't think I'm going to get down to him in time.
Tennessee treasure hunter said caught some nice bass on the mountain, Tennessee lake yesterday morning, early morning, just beating the banks with a 7-inch hard Swimbait.
That's I would have liked to have got up here and done that just a little bit. I'll tell you what, this lake though, and I showed this to Mike yesterday. This lake, I mean, you'd almost set your watch by it, like 4 or 5 o'clock. They go to the bank. We were seeing them, just tons of them, just roaming on the bank. So they'll pull off and they'll go to the bank. They do the same thing on, as I call it, Top Secret Lake F. Uh-oh. Maybe finally.
There we go. Triple.
Gosh, what a school. Come on. Yeah, I was behind them. That's why you got to be ready on this lake. They'll come up firing.
Die Hard Anglers said, good luck today, brother.
See, something had them all grouped up, and now they're backed off again. Get out there. There we go. Man, they'll group up for 5 seconds and then they're done with it. It's like they just...
Yeah, eastbound doggy goes, fish are not corroborating, but man, that's a beautiful lake.
It is a beautiful lake, but it is being a pain in the arse right now. It
When
has
she's
been...
good, she's good. When she's bad, she's awful.
Yeah, and she has been a... There's a lot of words, just fill in the blank, whatever you feel like. Damn it. I am getting frustrated and annoyed right now. Here, you want to know the worst thing about live scope? Seeing 350 fish and not being able to get them to bite. There's the worst thing about live scope. At least when we didn't have it, it was like, oh man, they wasn't that many there. They wouldn't set upright. They wasn't biting. But I know they eating because I just watched them chase shad. So it is very frustrating.
There's the old saying, Eastbound Dog said. He said, a bad day fishing is or a bad day fishing is better a good day at work.
That's true. I got to work tomorrow, and I'll be the first to tell you, I wish I'd be out here doing this, as frustrating as it is. So, but I won't lie, I probably wouldn't come to this lake tomorrow.
Todd S said, throw a Cinco. Laugh my AL.
Well, you know, I mean, a good wacky rig Cinco, especially one in shad, might actually work right now. Throw it out there because they're shallow, they're 10 foot deep. I mean, over 36 feet. I'm going to get out Old Faithful.
Here we go. Old Slim Dog said good. He goes, but wait, I thought Live Scope was cheating. They don't just jump in the live well.
I mean, maybe if you're using live bait with it.
Yeah. He said, by the way, if you see Spook out here to pick it up and give it a ride.
That's probably why they ain't biting, because you left that Spook in that one yesterday.
Yeah.
He's done showed it to everybody. He's like, boys, don't eat this. Don't eat this. It is not good for you.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna try Old Faithful, and then I got a couple of while they're separated. Oh, hey, always put your door latches down. Do not sit on them. Do not sit on them. Let me repeat. Oh my God, really? About hooked mic there. So we got some Bastrix that we're going to try here. Some little minnows. Don't know which one they'll like. We're going to go with the bright color if I don't tear it up first. A little purple. I got some green. These right here was killer last year. Again, you'll note, we talked about it earlier, that kind of well, I mean, that looks sexy to me. If I was a bass, it'd be a lot of stuff hanging out of my face.
Yeah, that's what Todd S said. They're obviously finicky. You have to go finesse.
Yeah. We've had some bites, and I ain't through it since I got back down here. But we've had some bites on the, and this is a 1/4 ounce head too. I like that Ramsey, that kind of ghost shad that I've been throwing. But seems like the deeper ones have been biting a little bit better than the ones that are really suspended high in the water column. And so I want to put this 1/4 on, since we ain't got no real wind. They are starting to fire up though. Seems like about, what time is it?
7 more minutes.
7 more minutes.
I've been keeping on.
Oh, that's pretty funny. Seems like whatever it is on the 2 lakes that I love to fish and do this on. Now watch, I'm gonna catch one right here. And there's a log in between me and this bass that I just threw over. Worth a try. He didn't respond to it.
Bowser.
We're wedged right between Kentucky, Tennessee, North Kakalaki, and West Virginia, where we're at right now. I mean, we are the eastern tip of it all. Okay, I'm going to have to get my rods set up because this is, if they start biting, this is not advantageous to. Gosh. Okay. Got to clean the deck off of the boat a little bit, boys and girls. Got too much shiz out. You know, we were playing this morning. Mike, if you don't mind, I'm going to stick all of it back here on Mike now. We are going to keep the spoon out, but we're going to do that when they ain't bouncing off everything else. We're going to put all the busting bass stuff over on this side so that we can kind of hang it.
Claudette says, I fish Lake Fontana when we travel down that way. Let's see, them large reservoirs are difficult for me to fish.
They are. I enjoy fishing them.
He said, yeah, super steep baits.
For the most part. And that's sort of what you end up with on these lakes right here is this there. Now we're ready. This is all I'm gonna cast it. Stuff. What's that? Which we are gonna throw this. Oh, how did you not eat that? How dare they not eat that? Come on. Gosh, they're swatting at it so hard. You know what I might end up tying on, Mike? I wonder if a jaw dropper or a BR. If they'd be where I can get that side to side erratic action. What do you think?
I don't know about that.
I think I got a BR right there. I wonder if it's a quarter. I'd like for it to be a quarter. Why's my hat feel loose? God. What a bunch of shad. What you doing to me, little buddy? You're all sideways. There's a squirrel over there dying to jump in the boat, I believe. Every time we come over here, he comes out on a limb. You'll get up here. This is the only lake I've ever been to where squirrels will cuss you out. During the fall, they're gathering nuts, and they will, I repeat, they will cuss you for everything you're worth. They literally scare me. They'll crawl out on these limbs and sit there and look at you as you go under them going, kick, 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 kick. Like, these are my nuts. Get the who's hell out of here. And I mean, they will chatter at you just like that. They do not like you being here. I'm gonna inch out this way and throw off this point off this road bed right here. Looks like there's some out there. Oh, did I go the wrong way? Man, every time they busted near me, I managed to.
You was talking about the squirrels, old Tall Des. He said red squirrels during bow season, they're pissed.
Yeah. I missed them.
Bowser the Beast said, just started fishing again by myself after a long time. Said, used to fish with my family when I was little, but they all been gone for a while now, so I'm picking it back up.
Man, fishing is so fun. It's so challenging here, you know, where we're at and, you know, kind of what we've been doing today. But it's so nice to be outside. Like, I mean, I think it's supposed to be near 100% humidity today. Get there. Got him. Nine o'clock.
Coach.
Oh!
Right off at the boat.
Skeet him all the way in, man. What garbage. What garbage. What garbage. That's why I was just cranking him. He was skiing. It had him all inside of his face. Let's see if I need to sharpen these hooks.
Everybody's like, yeah, no.
Yeah. Well, you know, I boat hop everything, and I probably shouldn't, but he was just, you know, I was just skiing him. So, you know, I thought I'll hop him in. He literally never made a move right until I started to lift him in the boat. And I mean, oh well.
Flounder.
I've been waiting for that topwater bite all stupid morning, man. No, don't get, oh God.
Flounder says, I like the live streams. He says, enjoy watching your processing like latent conditions.
We try to do that with our, you know, with our fishing videos too. But it can be a little bit of a chore, you know, conveying that. So, but Dang it, man. Can't believe he come off right at the boat. I started to give him a little bit so that he would, gosh, there's a bunch of them.
Oh. That's a good.
I started to give him a little bit so he'd go ahead and dive. That's the problem. A lot of times when you ski them like that, they'll get right to the boat and then they'll shake it loose because the rod tip is so tight.
Tennessee Trail said, just like a bull ride, if you have him on for 8 seconds, it counts.
Hey, you know, I always tell you, I've never lost one under 10 pounds. That's a solid 10 pounder right there.
Oh, yeah, you guys seen it.
I dare them to prove me wrong, right?
That thing was making rooster tails come through.
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Y'all can use that. Y'all can use that if you want to. Dare anybody to prove to me that wasn't a 10 pounder.
Oh, Lord, oh, eastbound. He said the heat index was 112 yesterday where he lives.
Yeah, I think it was like 101 or 102
Stay
yesterday.
hydrated, my friend.
Yeah, it's been really hot. Like I said, water temp right now is 81. I can't tell you the last time I've seen water temps 81 degrees. And the last time, I don't know that I've ever seen 81 degree water temps in June. So,
look, I'm a firm believer. Look, I love warm weather. You'll never hardly hear me complain because you can always find a shady spot. But in the winter, you can't always build a fire. So,
and I'll tell you what now, me and Mike were drained after yesterday.
Yeah, it was hot.
I mean, we come out, and what really stinks, like just about making, like when we get out there and we're just shooting those videos, you know, we fish for the first half of the day. And then when you get out there and you're just making those videos, you're sitting, you're standing, you know, you're not moving around, you're not fishing, you know, you're not keeping a breeze on yourself. And it is just so, like Mike said.
Hey, at Topwater Tony said,
Topwater
Tony got pretty good eyes because he said I had to at least be 8 pounds.
That's, yeah, at least.
Topwater Tony, you probably got the comment of the day, sir.
Yeah, you go. I love you geeks. All right, now I want to throw my daggum spoon. I've been wanting to do it all day. Now, every time I've gone to pick it up, they started busting.
Yeah, Ben said that they've got 89 to 92 water.
Now,
so
Ben,
we've got 81.97 here, Ben.
Yeah, Ben is down in...
He's South Carolina.
Yeah. And Ben, you know, like we talked about this last year, I don't think we've seen water temps past 76 last year. 78. God, what a school of shad.
Well, here's a perfect candidate, Hank.
What?
I hope I'm not butchering. I think that's Bowser the Beast. He says, I'm in Washington State, recently got a couple of poles and a bunch of tackle, caught a few things, but I still need lots of tips and tricks. Well, keep watching this channel and you about figure out anything you need to, can't you?
Yeah, you know, one of the good things about this channel, daggone it, is
shoot, it gives you everything. Rod, reel, line, the bait, couple retrieves, how to hook them, how to land them. Am I not leaving anything out?
No, we generally try, you know, when we're talking about baits, we're talking about time of year too. So like when we talk about what's a bait, Mr. Hall, that we got coming out? What's the next video?
Coming out?
Yeah, what's the next video?
What about that one thing that's got the weight in it?
Huh?
Like the thing that's got the weight in it?
No, what's the next video like? What's Sunday's video?
Why would you?
Or what's today? Today's Thursday. What's today's video?
Thunderhawk. Is that what it was?
The one
was
for
it?
no, the one coming out today. We didn't release Thunderhawk. Anyway, but the Thunderhawk is a good one. So like this bait right here, actually.
Oh, it's the multi-joint, the duo.
Oh, the Snappy Crappy.
Yeah.
Great. So we talk about it time of year. So if you go to the BassGeek. Hey, if you go to the BassGeek.
See, he's actually Australian, guys. He just.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try it. I could do fat bastard, you know, like, I want you, baby, in my belly. But that's, you know, it's about as far as I go for impressions. But anyway, we talk about this, and when we put these baits out, like, we don't specifically, a lot of times we don't, well, no, we tell, you know, hey, it's this time of year, this is what we're focused on. Like, you know, this is great during the bluegill spawn, and it's really great on a jig head or a Texas rig. We're talking about it Nico rigged, which is great because it looks like a little bluegill on the bottom. So we're talking about this stuff as it pertains to the time of year that the video comes out. Now, if you're up north, we might be talking about it a little earlier than the bluegill spawn that's going on. If you're down south, it may be a little bit late. And we try to talk about things a little bit early, but, you know, we do get behind, you know, because we're out here fishing. And now these little spoons for you guys that do, that are I'm gonna tell you a little something different. When you're fishing these for up in the water column suspended, spoons, flutter spoons, traditionally we talk about letting them drop to the bottom, but something that I'm doing right here is I'm not overworking this spoon. This will be great because I got some fish right out here to the side of it. So one of the things, so they're 10 feet down. So I'm literally taking this and just popping it and keeping it up in the water column.
Oh.
And the reason why I'm doing this and here's some bass feeding on shad right here. And I'm getting ready to go through this bass shad.
Hey, was that a bellows gill?
That was a Thunderhawk grenade. And hey, they're cheaper than bellows gill. They're just as good. And they're like the elastics type stuff. So, wow. Be careful though. If you're not paying attention like me and you're talking, you could get a possible hook in the face as you're working this. But yeah. So go check them out. We did a video on that. That was the Tuesday video, right?
I think so.
I think so. It's been.
I'm reading and I'm doing this.
Sorry.
Lowbrow checking in with us this morning.
What's going on, Lowbrow? Yes, Lowbrow. I get those all the time. I did see your email.
I was just gonna say, he says I was able to pick up a pack of Scottsboro swim baits at Wally World for about $2 in the bargain box.
Yeah.
That's very small writing, listed as grubs on the package.
But that email you sent me, yes, I get those. I actually got that exact email a few days back. If you'll pay close attention to the @ and the domain, and it's a do something, it's fishing. They're gonna try and hack you if you go. So if you go and you try to click on something, stop, what are you doing? Oh, watch out. Oh, my trolling motor had me. I literally, geez almighty. My trolling motor is deciding it was going to drive itself. Apparently the button got stuck. They're over here busting. Now I'm wrapped around everything. My steering wheel. Oh my God, how am I even, I don't even know, like, what is going on here? Oh, damn. This has been my week right here. So now I'm literally wrapped around the trolling motor. I had one eat it. I literally, cut it loose. Jeez almighty. Watch, I'll sit down here and they'll start busting like crazy.
Ron Collins says, how's the new console mount treating you?
It is great. Very adjustable. Man, I don't even know. I don't even know how this is wrapped. Literally don't know how it's wrapped. I mean, I know it's wrapped. I can't tell if this is went around, and I'm probably just making it worse. Will you hand me them scissors? Golly. Had him. Blew up, had him twice. He hit it twice. And now I'm trying not to.
Lowbrow said, I thought that offer was sketchy. Apparently, I'm getting big enough to get noticed now.
Yep. You'll start getting that sort of BS sort of stuff. I think I get 20 a week.
I hate to see your email.
Dude, it
drives me crazy. What 5 I get a day?
It's annoying. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, there are people you kind of have to learn. And I mean, look, like I said, I'm an IT guy, and I got had. You know, I got had. But I'm gonna tie a Clear Spoke Junior on.
What you do it?
Or Clear Spoke Junior, or the what's the Yozuri DB. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what you're thinking. That's what I'd be doing.
Oh my God, guys! I cannot do anything right today.
What in the world? Oh, here's a good one. This is what I was thinking too, eastbound. Amazing how fishing line will get places you can't even imagine it gets sometimes.
Dude.
It's like a water hose, man, or like an old telephone cord. That tells my age, but everything is a wrap and twist, won't they?
Okay, I gotta get out from behind this console to tie this thing. Let's see. Well, here, look. I mean, it's just, at this point, it's just, like, seriously, what are we hung on there? At this point, it's almost like a joke. Man! Sometimes you're just freaking, you know, what's the old saying? Sometimes you're the bug. Sometimes you're the windshield. I think I'm the bug today.
Sean Collins said it best. Said, Hank, I believe you just found a new knot none of us want to tie.
I did. Trust me.
The worst knot a fisherman can ever encounter.
Trust me. And look, man, I can't even get my line to. I can't. Oh, come on. Okay, I was going to show y'all this loop knot, but
yeah,
I've got a turn away from you so that I'm not getting it caught in the actual line that's laying all over the console right now.
Well, bro, I'll say you had his line get tangled up around the end of his rod, blow up on the other day. Had the hand line fish.
Well, we've had one that we got and we surfed him in, which, by the way, is never a good idea. It's never a good idea. I don't think I have ever landed a fish surfing one in because they almost always jump right at the boat, and then you lose them just like I did. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's back around the console again. Back around the steering wheel one more time. Here we go. Back around the steering wheel. Just get out. Get out of the boat. There. Okay. So.
This is as frustrating as it is. Remember, you are out fishing, and most of us are stuck working.
That's true.
Right now.
And I'm sorry. I don't mean to be
Rhino
frustrated.
Joe outdoors.
I don't mean to get frustrated. I just, you know, I want to catch a fish for you guys, man. And I know how good this lake can be. I mean, I know how much fun I've had on this lake doing exactly what we're doing right here. It is as I've said, not quite ready for prime time yet. So we're kind of up here practicing too. We're up here I don't want to throw a big one. That right there is good in ultra clear water. That's the Yozuri 3DB. We've caught them on up here on that.
There's a good one. So, hooked up. Says it's all good, Hank. It shows what we all go through. Just watching highlights all the time gives a false impression on fishing.
That's very true. And that's another reason why I want to do the live streams.
Because it's raw, and
it's raw. It is raw and real. All right, I'm going to let you guys pick. Man, I've seen times when that right there, Jeremy wore me out on that up here about this time of year. Okay. Baby bluegill. So we're going to put a number 1 in the comment section. This is a Heddon Boyo. 3BD from Yozuri. Number 2 in the comment section. Now don't vote yet. Or a Heddon Spook Junior clear. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a dressed feather on the back of that. Because a lot of times in clear water, if they're feeding on smaller shad, which I really don't think they're feeding on smaller shad. The shad that I've seen them in, I mean, you can see the, very defined dots. Okay, vote now, by the way. Sorry if I didn't tell you already. And if you need me to tell you what they are again, ask me and I'll tell you.
So far, it's unanimous.
What is it?
3.
The clear Heddon spook?
Oh. Everybody said except for Eastbound Dogs.
All right. Well, I'm going to put a white feather on this.
Maybe. I mean, unanimous. Thomas says he'd try crankbait.
Well, they're not on bottom though.
Yeah, this guy Trevor, he goes 3 head and spook with feather is fire on my lake.
I got a bigger one, which I'm taking this feather off of, which I've got to order. I'm going to order your all's June box giveaway. July, yes, sorry. One of the J's.
What?
One of the J months, June, July, January box, whatever. And I'm going to order that and order some feather trebles too. So I'm going to put the Junior on here because it's a little bit smaller. Cascade's got a good weight in the back though, this one does. They must be waiting for me. They ain't started busting while I'm sitting here. I better shut up. I better shut up. So, what we're going to do is we're going to cut this one off.
I think Ben put it right. He says, when fish are skittish, go spook.
Yes, sir. And they're always skittish on this lake.
Yeah.
So,
Pretty highly pressured. You don't look at it.
Yeah.
I think his heat index is keeping most of the guys at night fishing.
Yeah, right now.
The ones that we normally see, it's not.
Yeah. Don't get caught up. Should have had that in my other hand.
Oh, there's another good question by Ben. He says, what's your follow-up, babe?
I will show you. I actually have it tied on. I have done several videos on this as a follow-up bait for even, you know, like I said, if you guys were on here earlier, you would have seen my Swimbait catch. And we've lost 2 topwaters thus far. But I also use it if they are ticking. If they're ticking the swim baits when I throw them. How many of you have done that, what I just did right there? Accidentally cut the main line and watch it sink to the bottom. How many of you have done it? Don't lie to me now. I know I ain't the only one. You throw it out there and you go, oh. But one of my favorite follow-up baits, let's see, I had one out here, is this right here. Now I've got a Ramsey, he's made me some. So even for these, this is the 4-inch, this is a 5-inch. But I'll keep it on, I'll keep it belly weighted. And if they hit this or they hit that top water, a lot of times I'll come back with this at belly weighted and it'll fall very nicely down. And
yeah, you're just like about throwing lures off the side. Lowbrow says lost more than a few.
I'd be lying to you if I told you I had not. You think it's the small one? Is that the
medium looking?
I think it's the quarter, right? I mean, it feels like a quarter.
Take your word for it.
Don't lie to me, Mike. I know you know. Just holding out, man.
Paid to the bass gods your lost baits. Ben Bunting.
Here's my offering, oh bass lords. Pretty, please.
You know, what is the depth's going to give up today?
Let me catch a nice bass.
Yep.
Hand me the Daiwa and the TFO in the gray.
Yes.
Nope, gray. Yeah.
Why don't you just say give me a Swimbait roll?
Because that ain't a swim bait. That's a.
What is that? Jerk bait?
It's a minnow.
Soft.
Minnow.
A big manor there, son.
That is a big old minnow.
Let's see here. Yep. That's what Lowbrow said too. Always got to pay the bass fishing.
Yep. They demand their pound of flesh.
They get it too, don't they?
They do.
And some.
Yeah. I joke with Mike all the time because it never fails, especially as you get older. For you younger cats that might be watching, the old skin gets thinner, and I've got a saying now that basically goes, "If you're not bleeding, have you really been fishing?" I don't think you can go fishing and come back without blood. I just don't believe it's possible. It's not possible for me. Like, I'm sticking a finger. I'm not talking about I'm not full on, hooking the hand sort of deal. But I'll tell you this right now. I will be bleeding somewhere. I dropped what was it? I dropped a hair jig yesterday, Mike.
What was it?
No, it was a spoon. And it literally hung in my leg.
Oh, yeah, the spoon.
I still got a little blood on me.
I got one in my thumb.
Yeah. There we go. That bait's a little lighter, but
well, Tennessee Treasure Hunter said Geek Buddy just sent me a picture of 2 4-pound bass on a big 9-inch glide bait from South Holston Lake.
that lake right there.
We run into a fella that was talking about big glide baits.
Yeah. They are, well, and that's where we were doing real good on the Snappy Crappy, which is a multi-joint.
Oh, it is right.
Yep. And so what we did is we got there early in the morning.
Yeah.
And we started working it around laydowns.
It worked too.
Oh, dude, they come up and they were crushing it. So
they was interested, very interested.
Yep. Yes, they were.
Ben says, I practice sticking myself for sticking fish.
Yeah. As long as you don't set the hook, Ben.
I believe that's what it is, Ben. They get that attracted of human blood and they're after us. Put
a little bit of sin on there.
Yeah.
That's what I tell everybody when I throw into a tree. I'm getting some of that natural bug scent.
Or hit the bank with a little.
Got to put a little dirt on it.
Natural scent.
That natural scent smells real to them. Oh, what is going on with this bait? What in the world? Are you hung on something?
It's heating up a little bit, ain't it?
Yeah, it's getting hotter and hotter. I don't know if that feather treble is.
Ben said it looks like it's heating up weather-wise.
Yeah, it is. The sun's getting ready to come up. What is that bait doing? You see that?
No.
Watch it. It's like It's kicking to the same
It's
side.
like it's doing a horseshoe.
That back hook might be too big on that. I took it off that bigger one. That might have been a mistake. I can work it faster, but I can't work it slow. I bet that's what it is. That treble might be a little bit too big. Yeah, that hook's too big. I should have paid attention to that. That's all right. I can work it quick and stop it. I got to buy some feather trebles. That's what I was saying. I'm going to order your all's BassGeek box for July. And I have got to order some different size feather trebles because I am OUT.
Eastbound Dog says, Geek, how are you liking that Garmin trolling motor?
Dude,
And
I have not tried, and I've got a buddy of mine who has the Lowrance. I've seen it, you know, in a tank. It was nice. I've had some people say that it was louder. Some people say that it was quieter. I don't think the Minn Kotas can compare to it. Dang it, I got two stupid. I'm going to get over here. I got two stupid sticks in my lineup. And I thought one was getting ready to bust right out there. I seen him coming up. Yeah, we're probably getting ready to call it a day, geeks. So what I'm fishing right now is the jaw dropper, and I've got a
Lowbrow's checking out.
lowbrow. Be good, brother.
He
I'm getting ready to.
Got to go get his crusty butt out the door and on the water. He said, I'll talk to you fellas later.
Yeah, we're probably getting ready to call it a day. He was out here all day yesterday. Got some good videos. Got some few good catches. That's probably our problem today. But man, that cast a little bit farther than I thought.
All right, so Eastbound's question, he said, remember that we lost it a little bit and it was lagging, so you like it, right?
Oh yeah, man. Love this trolling motor. This trolling motor is so stout that if I had it on my old Triton, which is way lighter than this boat, I'd almost put it on plane. Like you can put this on full.
Knocks you off your balance.
Yeah, you can put it on full speed, and I mean it'll kick you back. It'll raise the front end of this boat. And this is a CX20 Camus, which is, you know, this is a heavier boat, which is, you know, one of the reasons why it rides so good. But I mean, it ain't super heavy, but it's heavy enough to where, you know. But yeah, I love it. Love it. Can't say enough good about it. And I have beat the piss out of it too. So, like when we fish shallow, we're
just to recap, this one guy just comes in. He says, just got in. Which trailer motor are we talking about?
We are talking about the Garmin Force trolling motor, which is what I've got.
Garrett Brewer, I think that's what it says.
And I'm also pushing a log with it right now to get it out of my lineup for these bass.
Hey, that thing's a 4-wheel drive, guys. So it's a pretty, I don't know much about trolling motors, but it's being a beast.
I'm literally dragging a log right over here with it right now so that I can get it out of my way. Which, you know, today hasn't gone the way we hoped. We've lost 2 on top water, which ticks me off. Yeah. There we go. And I want you to look. As soon as I moved off of them, I'll spin around and throw that daggum spook up there. Might still bite it.
Yeah, I think everybody else is jumping off.
Huh?
I was just reading, most of these are like, gotta go, gotta go, gotta
Yeah, yeah, me too. I think we're about there. I'm getting, like I said, I'm gonna fish just a few more minutes, but I'm pretty ready. I got to work tomorrow, so I got some things at the house I don't want to get done. It has not turned out to be the day that I hoped for.
Hooked Up says, Hank, if you come to Florida, I lived close to, well, I can't really read all this short stuff, but Lake Orange, the biggest bass producer in Florida. Bring your boat and I'll bring mine and my son.
I'd love to come down. We are coming down for iCast, so anybody that is going to be,
Yeah, he said they're beasts down there.
anybody that is going to be in Florida for iCast, we will be down there. So if you'll be around, holler at us.
You know what Ben said, don't you?
What?
Said me and you need to come down there to Santee Cooper.
Yes. Wholeheartedly agree. Ben, you need to come up here when this bite actually gets good. This is actually a little early for what's going on right here.
I like to take him Flanagan when it was doing
Yes. You're not supposed to say that word, Mike. What are you doing to me? Top secret Lake S.
Well, you just let everybody know. Nobody else would know. You know it. So now you know. He says, I want to.
Come on. Ugh.
Ben get up here around these mountains. He won't everyone go home, will he?
No, he won't. When you come, Ben, you need to bring your wife.
Yeah.
Her and Mariah can get out and go run around, do some shopping, show her around the place.
You can be in 3 different states in 3 different directions, can't you?
And anywhere from 30 to minutes to an hour, yeah. Depends on which state. Well, the only one that I've actually landed today, I caught it on this swim bait, so
You're going back to it.
I don't think I've picked it up since, right? So might as well. Might as well. Might as well, as my daughter would say.
Yep.
Might
How you
as
spell
well.
it?
I don't know. M-I-Z. Might as well.
Brandon Baker. He says, tight lines, or yeah, tight lines, all you lip ripping geeks looking forward.
We'll do some more. I mean, I don't know how, you know, and thank you, Brandon. Thank all of you all for being here today. This has been fun. I love to get on here and just talk to you. This is me fishing and talking to you guys. You know, if we catch them, we catch them. We don't, we don't. We at least get to talk, and that's the part that I enjoy the most. Oh, I had one hit me right there.
Uh-oh.
I don't know that he hit me, but he pushed water off of me. He come up and swung. You can feel when they come up and swing and they'll push water and you feel that line kind of whoop. There's another one. And I ain't seeing this. I don't know where I'm at, to be honest with you. Dang it. He missed it. Mm.
$81.94 is the water temp.
Hey, I'll tell you something else that live scope has done to me. It has killed my patience.
Yeah, I'd say.
Because, like, when I can see them, like, I would sit here on this spot and bounce back and forth between these two spots all day back in the day, grinding out 5 bites. But I have totally lost that patience. And I've got to get that back, especially in the summer. You know, it's really what made me such a good summer angler. And that is really when I always seemingly had my best days. And so that is something I have got to get back to. Is
Ernie Lowe said, "Good morning. Where are you fishing?"
well, we are fishing in Virginia on a lake I lovingly refer to as Top Secret P. I don't like telling anybody where this is. It gets a lot of pressure. Luckily not too much today, but during the summertime, it is pretty heavily pressured. Oh, that hooking it is too big on that. They thought about it.
The Reels Backwaters says, "What's up, Hank?"
What's up, man?
So he says the Barren Lake River, nothing was hitting below 10 to 15 feet.
Oh, man. I love that lake.
Bass all sitting on points, tacking up.
That lake is so fun. That lake is such a good cranking lake. I got some tracking me right here. About to be 2 more. Come on, eat it. Now I got 3 or 4 just going crazy over it. Come on, one of you's got to eat it. Oh, there's 5 or 6. Come on, one of you finally hit it. Come on, follow it up. Oh, I don't even know how. I'm gonna throw that. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna throw that little underspin out there. They might hit that. They might hit that. Had a bunch of them falling. I thought for sure I was getting a bite right there. Might throw that big underspin too.
Yeah. Ernie Lowe says, have you been to South Houston lately?
We were over there about, what, 2 weeks ago?
Something like that.
Yeah. So we were doing all right over there. What did I do? Wrap around the... But I like to come over here in the summer because there's a really good topwater bite that goes on here. We're not quite in it yet, I don't think. Eat it. Gosh. Just swatting at it left and right. I mean, definitely the best action I've seen. I mean, I know I've got a hold of two on top water, but it's only when they're busting. They'll only come up and bust it when, or hit that top water when they're busting. There's a lot of suspended up, but right now it just seems like. So I have a lot of luck with this little small swim bait in this ultra clear water. This is for anybody that's not been here this morning. It is a ultra clear lake. We're probably right now at 8 to 10 feet at this part of the lake. Down the lake's probably a little bit different. We're fishing a creek channel ledge right here where there's a big stump, the ledge, there's a bunch of shad. And so what I'm doing is I'm just trying to get these bass to come and eat. I'm gonna have a mess. I'm gonna have to bring it to this side when I come. I've got baits hanging off my boat because when they bust, I need to grab top water. There they are. I had one sucking on my blade right there. I can feel him pushing water behind me.
Old Ben says, Mike, you stand by with the top water. I got it. And the frying pan, too. Get the net, hit them in the head, and throw them in.
I'll tell you what, they are not interested in what it just seems like they are not. Well, okay, that might be the reason. I was like, why ain't they reacting? Well, when you got a hook in your tail, they ain't gonna bite you. So let's try that cast one more time because we was around a bunch of them. I guess they looked at that fish and went, there's something wrong with that, and I ain't eating it.
Ben said, throw Rico.
Oh, man. I got a prank tied on, man. I love my prank. But, you know, that Rico, you're right. That's a dirty, deadly little bait. They ain't liking anything that's got any flash to it right now. I mean, they are. Gosh, man. Did have one swat at it right there. I felt him hit it. There's my big stump. He's on down. I got some. Oh, big and come up off that stump. Turned on it. All right, geeks. I'm done. I'm done. Let's sit down and talk for a minute. I don't know, man. Gosh, I don't know. Makes me want to throw that big swim bait 1 or 2 or 3 more times. I know that was a weird cast. I had a loop. I was trying to get all the line off of it I could. They're set up perfect for this bait. Right now. I mean, they are spread out. They're not grouped. But they're set up so good. This bait is just such a good bait to cover water with.
The Eastbound Dog said, one more cast. Always one more cast.
I thought they were getting ready to break again right there. I seen a bunch of them come up off that stump. We'll take and burn this one. I've caught them just burning the crap out of this before too. All right. This is the last cast. And I'm going to let it sink to the bottom because I'm seeing a bunch of them go down on that stump. There's a bunch up shallow. I think the smaller ones are up shallow. We'll make sure we get to the bottom here. All right, on bottom. And we are going to swim this so slowly. I mean, painfully slow because we are in 29 feet. We're right on that creek channel ledge. We're bouncing back and forth, literally just sitting here between 24 and 29 feet. 31, 25, 25, 27. So we're literally right on the ledge. Man, been a tough day, been a tough day. I'm not happy with this day. That's on the bank. I think it might have been a little bluegill.
Ernie Lowe wants to know, what is the best bang for your buck on electronics?
Boater kayak. And do you have any electronics right now? All right. I had a couple followers. They just ain't cooperating. I'm gonna pull over here in the shad. Shad.
The guy's on your brain.
I'm gonna pull over in the shad. In other words, I'm jumping off. So tell you what, I might just jump off here in a second. I'm gonna pull over here in the shade and I'm gonna talk to y'all for a minute, and then we're gonna go get some lunch and probably have a beer. It's kind of what I'm thinking.
It's the perfect ending to it. It says, you are barefoot on your Camus. How can you not be happy?
I am happy. Look, I always want to catch them, right? Like, I love fishing, but don't get me wrong now. I like catching way better. But, so if I had a full day, I'm gonna, let me pull over here. I'm gonna get in the shade. I'm gonna come back here and sit down.
All right, hold on. He gave us an answer. So he's got, says a bass boat. Is that an R82 Ranger old electronics?
Okay, gotcha. Old electronics. What kind of old electronics? Let's talk about that first. Oh my God. Are we just talking maps?
You better make sure.
All right, we're back. Hold on. Do not start peeing yet because it is pointed right at you.
I figured that much.
Settings. Where is it? Camera.
Yep.
Back camera. I'm gonna finish today. We're gonna go to front camera. All right. Yeah, you can see I'm a little sweaty. All right, you can go ahead.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you. Best features on one of the best Camus. They've got 2 on the back, solid bathrooms. If you're a guy, so got foot pads back there. If you fall off, it's got a ladder, so don't piss and fall back in it, or the other for that matter. And you need the crap, you can kind of hold on to the ladder handle. I hope y'all know I'm just joking around. Bass Boat R82 Ranger old electronics. So if you have any, I'm going to tell you right now, if it were me, and a lot of this is going to depend on the type of lakes that you fish too, Ernie. So give me, kind of tell me where you're at. If you're fishing these Highlands Reservoir and you got any kind of electronics, one of the first things I'm going to tell you to do is go look at that new bang for the buck. I think it's like $1,000 for the whole deal. God, forgive me, guys. I'm getting old. Look at that crazy hair. Anyway, the Lowrance that's got the live scope on it, especially like if you're not a traveling angler, if you're like me, and I've got probably 4 or 5 lakes that I like to fish during different times of the year. I love to start out on South Holston during the winter. So we'll go over there during the fall, fish all the way through the winter, into the spring for those big smallmouth. And then once we get into late May, early June, I haven't done it in a couple of years, but I like to go to, and I haven't done it because Douglas has kind of had a downturn. And so I like to go to Douglas. I like to get out to Douglas. You get to go deep crank and kind of ledge fish on a mountain. Even though there's not ledges, you're just fishing points and humps. And doing the same thing that we're kind of doing today. Summer fishing is my favorite time of year. So then from there, I come to Top Secret Lake P, Top Secret Lake F, because you get a lot of top water and a little bit of deep water fishing. So for me, I'm going to tell you to go with that Lowrance depth finder. It is that has the live scope built in with it. And if you guys know what this is, go ahead and comment. Mainly so this is you. If you don't have live scope, go get a live scope. If I could tell you to go get what I did, and I got it for, I think it was right at $2,000, and they'll go on sale. And you can get it cheaper if you go with the Echo Maps, but like a 10. I put a 10 on the or the Triton when I had it. But you absolutely, if you're fishing South Holston, you got to have live scope. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They are smallmouth. They are suspended and chasing shad more than they are ever on the banks and on the bottom. And if you ain't scoping, you have no hope on that lake if you're planning on fishing tournaments. I mean, yeah, you know, it's I heard a guy one time say, he's talking about pedal drives versus paddle kayaks, and he said something that was very true. Yes, as a paddler, you can win, but you are at a distinct disadvantage. You are the exception, you're not the rule. And even on your weekends tournaments, if you're not scoping and you win or do well, you are the exception, you're not the rule. So yeah, the Lowrance, I can't remember the daggone name of that stupid Eagle Eye. Yes, thank you, Eastbound. The Eagle Eye is one of them, so you can get that, and it really depends on what brand you want. I have had Lowrance, I've had Humminbird, and I've had Garmin, and I'll tell you what, 3 different sellers, marine dealers told me about all 3. You can put 3 Lowrances on your boat. One of them will never work right. And it's been that way since, 1989 or 1998. Sorry, my dyslexia kicking in. So since 1998. Humminbird didn't used to be that way, but they have been that way lately. As a matter of fact, when I sold my boat and I showed the gentleman one of the one side of my side image, and I had sent that graph back twice. It got fixed twice under warranty, and then just as it run out of warranty, it started doing it again. So, but one of my side image, just one side was dead, and it wasn't the transducer. It was actually a problem with the display card on the board. So, there's that. And the truth is, with live scope, there is no better than Garmin. The Humminbird 2, I will put a Garmin against anybody to this day. There's just not any better out there. And if you're fishing these Highlands reservoirs, you have to have it. I mean, you really do. At this point, it's even to the point that when I'm fishing shallow, because I'm fishing these Highlands reservoirs, because the banks drop off so much, we were backed in, and I was fishing a ledge out in about 25 foot of water. We had the power poles down. The back transducer was reading 5 foot. The front transducer was reading, 15, 17? Yeah. So, and this is a 20-foot boat. You've got that kind of drop. And that's really how all these banks are behind us. What does it say we're sitting in right now, Mike? 36.2. And I could literally almost reach out and touch that bank. So yeah, to me, it's that. I mean, I tell anybody, look, and especially, and I'll say this, and I know people hate live scope, and if you're fishing shallow lakes, like lowbrow, right? No, I'm not throwing shade on lowbrow, I love you. But he's fishing in Mississippi, full grass lakes, and they're not that deep. You really don't need graphs. Are they going to help you? Yes. But you can visually see grass edges. I mean, and that's where the bass are going to be. In a grass lake, a live scope, if you put it on perspective mode, might help. But for the most part, I mean, what are you doing? You know, I mean, when all the fish are 5 feet deep, do you really need it? No. And you've got cover, you know, and there's a lot of guys down south that, you know, you deal with that same sort of thing. Lowbrow's just one because he is in here. He's just, you know, just on the top of my head. I know me and Lowbrow's talked about the differences of the places we fish. You know, I mean, so that's kind of, you know, that's the deal. Like, but I tell everybody, like, I know there's this sudden hate. Like, no, there wasn't sudden hate against all electronics until LiveScope come out. And now there's just sudden hate against all electronics. But if you're a weekend warrior and you're out 1 or 2 days a week, get a damn LiveScope. Get one. Find a way. They're not 3,000. I hate the people that go, well, you ain't paying $3,000. You can get them for $1,000. You can get them for, you know, $1,500. I mean, what else do you spend $1,500 on? Come on now, people. Come on. Listen. There's a lot of things that us guys spend money on that you can get one. And you'll learn so much from it. You know, I was on this lake yesterday, and that's why I was wanting to sit down and actually have a talk with you all. Like, kind of finishing the day up. If I was on this lake and I didn't want to, I just wanted to come out and catch them on top water today. I didn't give a care about, I'm not breaking this lake down today. I just want to catch some on top water. I at least I got a couple on, you know, I got the fun out of them.
One almost made it in the boat. I got that. I think they've seen it because he's like right there, and then it's like they're all like, yeah, all right. And they're like, no.
So, but look, electronics you're going to catch more fish with them. Yeah. And
break it down easier.
Don't buy as many baits. Pick a year. Don't buy as many baits. Don't buy as many rods. Listen.
Save up.
If there's nothing else that we've learned, you can go get an ugly stick. I started fishing with $14 spinning combos. I was throwing spooks on them. I got them from Walmart, I think it was, or I don't even know back in the day. It wasn't a Walmart, but I guess, well, no, I guess it was Walmart. We ain't that old. There was Walmarts around. Magic Mart. Anybody remember Magic Mart? Maloney's, Roses. Anyway. But yeah, man, look, good electronics is going to help. They're more important. I say this all the time. They're more important to a weekend warrior than they will ever be to a pro. And the reason why is because I can come out here today and these fish are going to be in a completely different mood than they are when I'm out here next week. You know, and I won't be out here until it'll probably be about a week. So how much pressure they've got, how much, you know, the weather has changed. It could rain. It could, you know, be a drought. That's sort of the deal. You know, bass change week to week, and it just saves us time because, yes, I love being out here and this place is beautiful, but I want to catch fish, man. That's what I go fishing for, you know. I'm lucky enough, I always say this, and I don't mean it in any disrespectful way to anybody else. If you love to go fishing, that's fine. It's great. Fishing should be what it is. It should be your thing personally. It should be personal. And for me, fishing is very personal. It's where I come out and I'm just happy. You know, I know I'll fuss and cuss about not catching them, but I'm happy, man. You know, I'm happy when I'm out here. And, you know, but I want to catch them. If I didn't want to catch them, I wouldn't spend all this money on all this crap you see behind me. I'd go hiking. It's a hell of a lot cheaper, you know. It's a hell of a lot cheaper just to go hiking. And so, you know, that's sort of the deal. So electronics are not evil. They are great for us weekend bank warriors. Fish the way you want. Let everybody else fish the way they want. It's fishing. Maffa, baby. Make fishing fun again. Hashtag that. Start spreading that. Let's start spreading that. Let's everybody be happy because fishing's happiness. This is happiness. It's the one thing that is truly good. All right, now let's talk. So let's talk about what I would have done. Let's say if I was breaking this lake down for a tournament. Number one, I would have fished these two spots. Number two, once the sun was up, I would have found creek channel trees. So laydowns or blowdowns, whatever you call them, that had some creek channels. I'd probably throw me a worm in there, flipped them a little bit, done that sort of thing. I would have probably threw me in some a couple different swim baits. Probably not the hard ones once the sun was up. Maybe we'd see. Have to weight them down a little bit to get them down. But I definitely would have thrown me in some big underspins. The daggone it, what's the ones? I got one right
Ledge
here.
head.
Anyway, no, but y'all know what I'm talking about. The weedless underspins. Holy cow, I'm going brain dead. But yeah, I definitely would have done that. I would have covered some water doing that. I probably would have scoped a lot more. I probably would have run through several different baits on these bass out here, scoping for them. Because they are there. There's large congregations of them. Maybe some smaller swim baits too. You know, that's what I would have done this morning in the first half of this day. That is probably what I would have done if I was actually out here, not just trying to force feed them some top water and some bigger swim baits. Keep my colors natural, very natural. Again, it's going to get dirtier up the lake. I would have gone farther up the lake looking for a little dirtier water too. That's the other thing. Now, I love to fish deep, but you've got three options. I always say during the summertime, during the dog days, you got three options. Deep, creeks with running water, or back in the river. Go back into the deep creeks, or grass. So, add effects using hand gestures? No, because it's hard telling what hand gestures and effects it would add. But all right, that's it, man. That is it. What is a wobbler? Let's see. That is from Brandon Baker. Here, I'm trying to show that on stage. There we go. So what is a wobbler? I mean, the only thing I can think of that we're talking about as far as wobbler, and if you guys know, tell me if it's something different. But I'm thinking about a wobble head, that sort of thing. Is that what we're talking about? It's kind of, I've actually got one right here. Something like this, which I've got on a hook. And, so you can put a soft plastic on it. Now that's what I'm thinking about. Now there could be a hard bait out there called a wobbler. I don't know. If you guys know, let him know in the comment section below. But we've been on here. This has been pretty successful. I think we're trying, so we're going to be hit and miss on these. We're not going to do them, but we'll try and let you know when we're going to do them. And this bite right here will get better and better. And I'm telling you, I want to share this with you, because when we get out here and this bite is on, it is so much fun. But we got a couple of lakes we'll be doing it on. Top Secret Lake PNF. If you're local, you know where it's at, where they're at. And maybe even South Holston. I've heard tell, I haven't fished smallmouth, but I've heard tell they get out there busting and chasing in the summer there too. So we're gonna maybe go over there and try a little bit of that. Last chance, last question. Hey, if anybody knows Brandon Baker, what is a wobbler, at Tony Bailey. But anyway, I'm gone. It's beer 30. I got to work tomorrow. I'm going to get home, jump in the pool with the beer in my hand for a minute, and then take a shower and get ready to slave to the grind tomorrow. All right, man. Thank you all. I don't even know how long we've been on here. 4 hours and 19 minutes. That's insane. So, but it's cool. I appreciate it. This has been fun. All right. Love you geeks. Appreciate you. You geeks rock. Thank you.